Hello everyone and welcome to the 5th edition of Improv Royale, hosted by Providence this time. This is of course Meme Junkie's great event, and I am grateful, happy and nervous to host this one. Alone for the most part, but hopefully we'll have Jokerj joining us as co-caster later on. And as I'm making sure that we have the remaining sound levels fixed, which is not the case for now, I will mute everything that's unnecessary, except for maybe, I guess we can start with player 8, which is GK Punk. And there is a lot of extra sound that I should have fixed here. But we have 1 more minute and I'll very quickly talk about what we'll have today. So we have 8 players, and they are Blythe, Mikuler, Oro, Yanini, Chris X3, The Observer, Red Fox and GK Punk, who will play 7 maps today. And although this is roulette, this is not going to be the plain old silent assassin type of roulette situation. Very important distinction is that this is played on master mode, without any loadout, without instinct, but of course with any percent. So without further ado, we will begin with 7 maps of action today. First in oh yeah, 15 seconds. I was wondering about what forfeit happened in which channel. Chris made it in the last minute, but in 5 seconds I will begin. Oh my god, what great timing for the raid. Welcome Mendoza, welcome everyone. 1 event finished, and here's the next one. 7 spins here. The first one, Tyson Williams, Scissors as Villa Guard, Stephen Bradley, Seashell as Villa Staff, and Ludmila Vetrova, Pistol as Tech Crew. Lot to go over still, and with Chris being around and with Blythe, I've seen him online, so definitely a refresh for him. Definitely he's here. Chris X3 is player number 5, and that leaves us with just Oro, hopefully making his appearance really shortly. Yes, he is live, of course. So nice that all 8 of them made it after, of course, 9 participants. Only Rocky had to forfeit last night, so 8 players, and this is a 7 map point affair. There's no elimination. All 8 of them will play for a while, as long as they want. There's no elimination. Maybe just after a while they won't have the chance to win the tournament. But this isn't about winning for the most part, because this is just so unique, and I can only recommend everyone trying out some master any percent, no instinct, no loadout action, which I hope everyone did the necessary changes. Oro without minimap, so I can't tell about him. We'll of course check in on him just in case, and Chris is still offline for me. Hopefully he will return really shortly. Yeah, definitely, because his overlay on Discord says that he's online and not streaming. So another thing to say for me is that this has to be curated on my end. Meme Junkie did ask me to, or well, all hosts, to make it progressively more difficult, because the points do get progressively more difficult, and you can also see your first attempts or the player's first attempts everywhere. But let's just talk about the points quickly. There are 2 ways to score points on each map. You gain points by finishing. This is the RTA aspect, if you can finish within 30 minutes, with 2 exceptions, where the time limit is higher, but then you get a guaranteed 5 points. If you are the first one to finish, you are considered the map winner, which gains another 5 points. But after the finish, you are encouraged to play around and try to improve your in-game time. Chris has been bullied into going live. There we go, just a couple minutes behind. I'm not sure how that match even finished. It just kind of crazy to catch up on all this. So I talked about the RTA aspect, and there is the in-game time aspect. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 points are awarded to the top 5 quickest run holders. Not runs, of course, but run holders. So we will see players go for the quick finish as well as the quick time, and of course at the beginning of the run you would expect them to go somewhere safe, and I found out the reason why Oro is not showing the minimap. He has the minimap, but his resolution is a bit high, so if someone can message him or ping him after the map, that would be very much appreciated. So we have 8 players here, and the first important thing to notice is who has the chance for the first try finish. And Yanni just died, so that means 1 person less. Mikuler is 3 minutes in, so is Oro and GK Punk. After an observer restart, I'm not sure if he was one of them, but I think 3 players to look out for, and one of them could or would win the first map, but of course it's not all about or only about those points. As I'm trying to recover the admin page where I will be typing the results in. So we have sound from Punk, so I will continue with him as well. 4 minutes into the run, and I can't see his because of the picture just for now, but he is a Villa staff and he has the Tyson kill down, which was Scissors and Villa guard. I think the good scissors to get is the secret room, which I've seen others go there before. And Punk in combat doesn't mean a lot of good for him. It's a quite open area in the spa, so he will have to restart as well. That leaves us with 2 first try runs. Mikuler 4 minutes in with the Tyson kill down, and with a hamburger in the hand as well as the heckle covert. I expected that to be the case for others to get the heckle for the silent kill, and he has the Villa staff, which is Steven's disguise, as well as the pistol, which is Ludmila's kill method. So of course a bit of back and forth required. But something ain't right down here. Step by while I investigate. Don't think there will be much issue. You got coaches passing, but this shouldn't turn into a combat. I think that's just the main thing, so that you don't get into combat suspicious again by Mikuler, who is our player number 2. So if I can just play around with the sounds, we can hear the suspicious noises from him, as Oro is trying to catching up, as he's 5 minutes in. As the Villa guard, he's approaching Tyson, which would be his first kill. But he can also approach one, but actually both of his remaining disguises here. It's not too far from here. Now Mikuler in combat. It's very low HP in master situations, so you would need not a lot of shots to die. Not sure if I said it, but that would be very much appreciated, Mendo. I will forget it in 23 minutes, sadly. So Mikuler in combat, but at least concealed, so probably... Oh, not many guards around that he could be spotted by, but he does, and of course without instinct it would be really hard to spot all of them, so minimap is your help, of course. So Oro remains the last person with the first chance strat, but Chris X3, 2.5 minutes in. It is also his first try, but of course he had to start a couple of minutes behind. Just gets found trespassing. But I think that's the main question. As long as you don't turn into combat, you have a lot of grounds to progress. Lots of Tyson kills down already. I think that's fairly noticeable or straightforward with this spin. As So I could, for Chris, even the full screen is too small for me to say what it says for him. I think he's in combat now, and it's a very strong door. I'm not sure if you can get past him, and probably just have to wait for that NPC to get his disguise, but at least he won't shoot him accidentally. Oro, 7.5 minutes in, he gets to the aquarium and the server room. It stops for a moment, probably looking up some items, for example. Yanis just started his run suit in the pool. Red Fox just died and restarting. The observer is cleaning out the bottom half of the villa. Loud AR will work for some guards, but I think the upstairs guards got him. Blythe, 5.5 minutes into his run, only missing Steven. Seashell Villa staff, and this looks like, well, some foliage. I wanted to say it's the private island already, but no, this is below the gym, and he is now in combat, and Blythe, that's looking good for him. 2 kills down, which means Chris will be the first finisher, and that means after just reshuffling the places a bit, I can...
Mr. Williams isn't great. You think it's serious? What, like malaria or something? We all got shots before, don't we? You got
But yeah, Chris is the first one to finish, and I think that's a 4:20. So
Tyson Williams eliminated.
there are the first points assigned, but of course everything can and will change with each and every finish. For that, I would encourage you to check out the Improv command, where the live scores will be kept. And yeah, that's the case. So far, of course, Chris has the 10 points for finishing first, which is guaranteed and no one can take it away from him. And so far, of course, he has the he has the 5 points, of course, for the best in-game time, because he's the only finisher so far. GK Punk on 2 kills, 5.5 minutes into his run, missing Ludmila, which means tech crew is required.
Whoa there, buddy. You're trespassing. Stop! Right now! Yeah, you die! Someone's up. What is it? We got a man down!
Yeah, just some instructions to be given out, which is why I will be typing a bit more and stopping for a bit longer. Nicola in combat, we still have sound from him, so at least 1 kill down is a relevant run, as he's about to die, I think, and he does. So at this point I would go to GK Punk once more, because he has got the last required disguise. And Ludmila, around the 6.5 minute mark, is next to the restaurant. It's a bit open area, so I'm curious where he will approach the kill from. Probably next to the ice machine from the private hut area. Alright. So he's compromised, but gets the kill on Ludmila, which doesn't turn into combat because the guard was at a fortunate position for Punky, and with just over 7 minutes run, he will be the second finisher, but more importantly, the second quickest run at the moment. Let's not close unnecessary tabs. Let's not close the necessary tabs. It's 7:21 star. Of course, we will see some non-5-star situations, and 7:20 is exactly 3 minutes slower than Chris's run, but 17 minutes to improve, and feel free to improve for as long as you want, of course. Red Fox with a scissor guard kill at scissor as Villa guard kill at 40 seconds, but it's not the target, it's NPC as he's trying to get a disguise, probably target lockdown after the havoc that's been caused. Silenced pistol acquired for Red Fox, which will help him clear out the area for sure. And I think he's on, yeah, same floor as Tyson. If he can get the lock on the target, which he does, nice first skill.
Tyson Williams eliminated.
It's a bit louder than the previous ones, but there we go. And hopefully you guys can hear both myself and the game audio, which has been the case so far, according to OBS, but OBS don't always tell the truth. So, getting closer to the halfway mark, it is definitely funny to observe that we've talked about the time limit for each map, and it was a blanket 30 minutes, with one exception on Santa Fortuna, which was a 40-minute timer. And after that was brought up, Chris asked for a potential Colorado extension to 40 minutes, which was granted by me. So of course, if we get those two maps, we will have a longer map. One addition though is that there is no 40-minute timer on hit maps, so it will be 45 minutes basically. So have extra 5 minutes of gift if we get those maps. And then the funny part is that if only Haven was mentioned in that conversation, we might have an extra 15 minutes for this first map, but it's a quite a difficult first map to start this tournament with, but at least I would hope so that it's a quite generous spin with the kill methods. Light will be the third one out, and we'll be overtaking Punky for the second best in-game time. It's 5:09.
So, that's Stephen Bradley taken care of. Well done.
And of course Chris has the 5 points, Blight 4 and GK Punks 3. I will hold myself back from talking about the scores all the time because it's not exactly interesting, or at least every little detail, but it will be important eventually, and in some cases it will be crucial not just to look at the plays, but how the scores will be implicated with those. So Oro's server lure will bring the 3 targets down. This is a very promising run at the halfway mark, and it's still his first run. And it's a good call that this is a good area to get all the disguises, the tank crew, the Villa staff. Probably the Villa staff would be the only one which is a bit further away, but you just have to bring it down a couple floors. And of course the Villa guard, which he's wearing at the moment. And of course once the targets are down and sort of isolated, hopefully, then it's a fairly risk-free 3 kills to get in quick succession. So Oro won't be taking, of course, a record for in-game time, but the finish is what very much counts here, which 13.5 minutes to go isn't guaranteed for all of them just yet. Ah, nice. I'm learning OBS as we go. And Oro is our player 3.
Chief programmer at Haven and
And I sadly can't see the whole area, but we can see the objectives is that Steven has been found, but no one has been killed from the 3 targets. Targets are being found, so as long as Oro is not in combat, I think these pacification methods will get him to clear out. More distractions being investigated. I think the server Rex will be turned off eventually, but of course bodies are also being found. Red Fox with a finish, which will be added 4:47, which is the second quickest currently. Will indeed get 4 points for that. Oro is now in combat. Oh, and gets guns from above, and Oro rips 16 hits into his run. Which is really devastating. I think he has learned a lot from his previous approach, so he can definitely speed it up and get a finish in the next 12 minutes. And as for the other 4 players, Mikuler is in other 3 without a finish yet. Mikuler is 6 minutes in and only missing Steven. And we'll be getting that seashell now, which I think is to the right of him, if he hasn't got one yet. Yanni is 2 minutes in. He has spent a lot of time optimizing this villa, but I haven't seen a lot of long runs from him. So just in case, I'll tell Red Fox that he can grind for quick ability. So just to put Red Fox back into the play, just wanted to message him, or of course he can be on the break. So Yanni is now in the resort pool area and we'll be looking for that second kill. I think it's a very straightforward approach for him. Seashell, Villa Staff, the likely combat, unless he's thinking of something else. I think he wants to use the exit disguise here. It will be seen that's not in Master, you can't take the disguise, so Yanni has to exit the other way around. I don't think the guards at the other end of this gym have heard anything, so Yanni in the end manages to exit, and I guess we can even stay here. I think now he once again went into combat by the remaining guards guarding the staff area, but now even the camera knows, and now there are the shots for Yanini. Needs to really quickly hop over this one before the villa guards notice it, because I think once that's the case, the whole villa will be after him. We have the observer with a villa guard grab this. This is a very typical situation to even get a peekaboo enticement. It just reminded me of the regular essay route where you would want those longer strategies. Yanni also gets stuck by this door. I think it's now fairly convincing that you can't mudshot it apparently. Some of the keycard doors are too strong, and it being a loud gun, it also panicked on the tech crew, so Yanni with another restart. So Mikuler seems to be the closest from the 4 that haven't finished now. It would be Mikuler, Oro, Yanni, and Observer to get those 5 points. Mikuler 9 minutes in, and leap of faith, shooting the gun with a loud pistol and hoping for no panic around. See if I missed anything. No, only these 4 finishes and no improvements yet either. But he does get into combat.
I lost him. Can anyone see him?
So I'm not exactly sure what Mikuler is missing.
Hey, wake up.
Wait, this might not be Villa Staff. I think that's what he's missing. It's so many similar disguises. I'm honestly not sure. It seems more like a waiter, but of course I would love to see it from front, and I'm not in a situation to really disallow kills. I think that's a rare disguise though. No, he's in hostile area, so of course it is the chef. Yeah, that's what this was. It's a rare unique disguise. So I will fight with his disguise and eventually remember the right one. Oh, and finally gets the disguise, but it's also seen, and now with the Villa Guard he's in combat. That will most likely be a rip here. He's really cornered. Welcome, Rocky. Appreciate that you can watch, and the next time I'm sure we will find time for you to play. That's good to hear. So what are the situations around, and did I miss anything yet? And no, not really. So it's 7 minutes to go, and we've seen the, I guess the finishing time so far is 4 to 5 to 7 minutes. It means that it really feels like these players, especially the 4 without finish, are on one last try to get. It's a very unfortunate first spin to get. Especially if you can't finish, it may dampen your mood, but 6 more to go and the points are progressively increasing. So, not much to worry there. Yeah, Red Fox now realizes that he can replay for quicker in-game time. And we'll try one more time, or maybe twice more, because he had a 447, so maybe he can get down those 27 seconds by execution or some quicker, better panic. But not too many tries to go. Oro 6 minutes into his run, which is much quicker than his previous one, getting the server X down, and he will definitely get these 3 targets down in the last 6 minutes. But of course, can he stay alive? I'm used to say, like, can he keep SA, but it doesn't matter here, as long as you stay alive. I think he will be fine. Red Fox doesn't look fine, but he's looking good with the finish and the second place in game time. And Chris is looking to sweep Haven so far, because he's of course the first finisher and no one can take it away from him. But also with a 4-minute 20-second run, he is the quickest finisher so far. Blythe, of course, can take this away from him, and he's challenging me for that. 2 minutes 45 in, and just needs to get back for the tech crew. I wonder if we'll see another mud shot here.
Excellent work, 47. 2 targets remaining.
And he's going the other way around then for a different tech crew, and of course in SA roulette you don't really get these, since it's not really viable without losing your green guns. But Blythe gets away with it, and he just needs a pistol. And will he be rushing? No, he doesn't have to rush into the security room anymore, of course, because he has the pistol already. And 3:35 for Blythe. I think if he can get a long range on Ludmilla, who's leaving Portman and arriving at the restaurant, I think Blythe will be our new quickest run. .420 by Chris is the quickest. Still the quickest, still no other finishes. So Blythe with a great chance to get that kill, and he gets the headshot, but on the card gets a headshot on Ludmilla, and this will be a new quickest run. 408, 409, 410, 10 seconds. 10-second lead by Blythe. Hello Penny, welcome, happy Sunday. And Yanni with the finish gets those very important 5 points, and I did miss his time for 53. And that gives him 2 points for the time being. Ahead of Punk, behind Red Fox, but all 5 of them with a finish so far. Mikular with 1 kill remaining on his last run. The Observer with 3 to go. But in the villa and with the scissors, he can be approaching Tyson and getting to another correct disguise, and can maybe finish it in the next 2.5 minutes. I missed Oro's rip, but he's back in the menu. He won't be getting points from this first run. Mikular is looking very good though. Just needs a tech crew now, and I think Blythe had the very nice map knowledge of leaving the other way around. You don't have to hop over this fence or dodging the frisk spot. But I think Mikular even has time to get the tech crew. Everyone does get. we shall see very shortly, and that will be a question of will we see 5, 6 or 7 finishers. We have 5 already, and Nicholas and the Observer on their last run, so looking at them at the moment. Won't shoot this door open. We'll wait for the tech crew. Gets it nicely. The Observer in combat by flash guns. He has the first kill down, and we'll be getting the tech crew from here. Everyone nicely KO'd. And back to searching, so no combat here for the time being. Punk improves the 638. I think that's a no positional change, but makes it all that harder for Nicholas or the Observer to snatch an in-game time point. One minute to go, and I do need to get ready with at least some admin message to that the map is over, and I got it now, which I can send in 47 seconds nicely. Mikuler though, we're going to be very close. He's spending time with the with in his loadout inventory. Gets that headshot on me. Ludmila gets its third try. 25 seconds to go, and he's looking good in terms of his stream delay, because if we don't see him finish, he can still finish because of the delay. And he's being shot. He's getting closer to the finish, but cannot do it. Mikuler cannot get the finish. So unfortunate. And this is going to be the end of the first map. And I think this is the final result indeed. And thank God. I said the Observer that the map is over. He wants to get to some other map for sure. But yeah, hardback for Mikuler. And so of course, good question, which order should I do the things in? I'll start with the wheel spin. I think that's more relevant for everyone. And I interact here. And our second spin will be at Chongqing, and that should be at, I think we are I guess we'll see how long breaks do we want to use, but I think a 5-minute break is fine. It's just started 1 past, so I think 06 past the hour is good. And before I find the band conditions and all that to set up the second spin, I think we can look at the scores after the first map, and this isn't being updated as often as I thought it would be, so I just give it a restart. Good morning, Meme Junkie. No worries. Just sit back and enjoy. So we had 5 finishers in the first map, Chris actually being the first one to do so, and but cannot take the quickest in-game time, which is for Blythe, and he has 10 points. Chris leading with 14, and we have 5 finishers, 14 to 6 points, but 6 maps to go and harder spins to go and bigger points to score. Of course, at the very beginning for now. So I should set up for Chongqing now. That is loud, but maybe it's a bit better now. Let's see, mission select to end of an era. Hey Baloo, how's it going? And this is a perfect first tier spin, so 1906 should be an ideal one to send, and I did click send, so yeah, 3 minutes until then, and 1 second. Okay, I think I will have to do one slight break. I don't think I can do these 4.5 hours without like any IRL interruptions, so I will be back in 1 minute, and if there is... oh yeah, I need to answer Oro to... So yeah, I'm telling him about the stream resolution, and then I shall be back in just 1 minute. Back for fan now. Hello, Mika. Or did I mess up something with Oro stream? 482.70. Yeah, it's not on my end. And I guess a refresh for Oro can help it. So yeah, Oro's stream will stay in this resolution for a bit more. I think the output is not the same as the canvas. I don't know anything about OBS, but we will have a second spin in just 18 seconds now. And I almost forgot what kind of spin we had. I should really check out the band conditions, but okay, yeah, obviously. I was wondering about if any lethal melee doesn't show up in master, but both the cleaver and the scissors are available. So cleaver blockguard for Hush and scissors homeless for Imogen is the second spin. And still on the simpler side, more vanilla, no loud, no live. As far as for live, I'm curious what kind of spins we can get eventually, but second spin is here, and Blythe and Chris already in as dumpling cooks, getting the cleaver out of the way. Chris doesn't have audio, so Blythe will be a sound for now. Oro and Red Fox looking for the item, Observer in as dumpling. That seems to be the most popular choice. Yanini as well, JK Punk, Mikular. The cleaver really made it obvious. But I guess so. Bit and Oro starting. What is that? Riverside. As Blythe is already on the rooftop with the blockguard. These guys, and getting into combat, missing the throw, can also throw the scissors. Chris with a crash. It's just so heartbreaking to see his game consistently being well, not up to the task like the player is, or I mean, you know, as opposed to the player. So Blythe has the highest in-game time, and then Observer, similar situations. I think Observer was a tiny bit quicker with the rooftop ISO, and is also looking to get Hush get close to Hush. Oh yeah, he is. It's, it's really unfortunate for Chris, and hopefully he won't lose out many points on this. Observer will be probably the second person to get the Hush kill, because Blythe already had it and I don't see anyone else have it. Observer waits a bit longer until Hush is closer apparently, and target lockdown doesn't seem to be any spread here, any panic spread at least. So it is Blythe versus the Observer for that first finish, no doubt. Yanni also getting the Hush kill. Mikuler's quickly behind, or not much behind. So I think the difference here is easy to see. Blythe is 2 floors below the Observer, and apart from that it's identical. And after the ISO, Blythe also shot at the drone, and might be the same for Observer. Of course it will be a loud gun shot, drone shot, and it will be really hard to say what the other people do with the drones, especially without instinct. We have to rely on the minimap. I think Blythe is looking closest still, as Yanni is detouring along with Red Fox to get, well, anything, I guess anything for the Imogen kill, because Red Fox is now the homeless and Yanni now has the scissors. So 3.5 minutes into the run, Blythe is going through the dumpling area to catch Imogen and probably get the second kill from behind. Probably taking it safe. It's always a good call when so many points are on the line for the map win. Uro as well with a with a key card door, or a numpad door in front of him, but it's not the ISA one, it's the block card. And Blythe from behind gets to Imogen, gets the wrong lock on, but it's perfectly fine here. It gets the kill on Imogen, and Chris is close but not close enough, and I think it might just cost him the map here that he had to crash. Blythe is in combat, doesn't want to risk it, gets gunshot. Will this be? Will he get there alive? I think Blythe is out. Blythe is out and gets the first finish with a 4:31. So it's 15 points for him so far, and Jan just behind. I think that's a 4:17 for Janini. Yep, there's the update. Observer will be getting the finish. He has both kills down. I think it depends on how these facility guards approach him. He's getting wounded from here. He's looking for guards to get there. Thank God for the camera, but cannot do it. Has to try again, but looking good for a finish for now, definitely. Chris with a 3:35 takes the in-game time lead as the third finisher. And Mikuler and Oro are on deep runs at the moment. Mikuler just getting to Imogen now after the Hush kill, and Oro taking it from different order. He is a street guard at the moment, but it's the one street guard which is closest to the scissors, so I would assume that he has that one as well, and can be getting a homeless person now. Red Fox 504, which is the fourth quickest run at the moment, but this is looking really good for a situation where everyone finishes, with 4 finishers now. And Observer with the unlucky Reaper. Punk on a promising second try, and he gets away, not in combat as the researcher. And we'll be getting a block guard in here. I'm not sure if he has the cleaver, but Dumpling Cook has been such a popular start though that I think he will get the kill. And where is Hush? There's Hush on the pile of body. Oh well, I cannot get the lock on there for some reason. I would probably get the garden first because it's just so unfortunate. Yeah, this one. Oof. Just such a unlucky situation for Punky, but gets the right angle for Hush. And now we get a run.
Now go get Imogen Royce and we can get to the core.
Ooh, that's loud again. I mean, by map 5 I get the sound levels in order. And then, of course, Jokerj will come.
Come on, we're not gonna lose this. Anyone got a visual?
So, Punk still has to clear out the top floor of the block. I think once that's done, he can feel confident in getting through a different area. Nicolar is out and he's sniping his 604. So now 5 finishes and there's 3 to go. I don't really mean by that. Oh, so Red Fox is 504 is not confirmed 504, but Mim is on the matter, so I think if the time isn't confirmed then we will have a correction. I mean, it was the worst case scenario that 405 went to 505. 504 to 505, to correct myself. It's all good there. So Punk did escape the block, but still in combat by different people, this time the street soldiers here. And there will be no homeless here, but there will be a free disguise or a safe disguise to get away from combat. Good escape by Punk. Haven't seen his inventory in a while, but there could very well be the scissors in there. And then of course only a homeless disguise missing. Still just the 5 runs, and Chris is now with a 2:58 going under 3 minutes. Very impressive. And will be very hard to beat. I think the later runs will not rely on drones as much. I think an early drone is a possibility. But other than that, Imogen will just be killed closer and closer to the heart of the facility. Observer getting out now. I think it may be still combat, but he will get out in time, and Observer gets his first finish. And a very quick one too. I think it was, yeah, it wasn't quite sub 4, but 4:02. We'll give him 4 points actually. It's the second quickest run so far. So Oro and Punk yet to finish, but their 5 points look more and more comfortable. Oro 10 minutes into his run, getting lots of progress with his disguises, and Punk shooting this door open, getting to Imogen, and we'll be getting this second kill. I'm not sure about guards outside. That was seen by someone, but I don't think any guards are around here. Punky might just get this finish. Nice security out in the open, so far away from his usual cycle, and Punky get the finish and the 5 points for that. Yanni also with 3:14 update, but yeah, Yanni's 3:14. It's not being updated, but I guess I found it. And Punk is 6:13. Yeah, I'm not sure what's the protocol. If I notice something and the players don't, I think that's a free pass for them. Yanni upgrades to a 3:14 pi seconds into his run. And Oro is the last person who fights for his 5 points upon finishing, and then of course he can restart and get a better in-game time. And that should be the cleaver in his hand already. Collecting just items, I'm not sure if... like the other scissors are... No, these scissors. There are 2 pairs of scissors, I'm fairly sure, but the other one above the laundry is just never viable for any roulette. So that means he should now at least have the cleaver, and Blockguard and Homeless Person are quite close to these target's routes. So just interested to see which disguises he will get. Moving on, Blight's quickest run is a 4:31, and it is looking like he will get an upgrade on that as he's going down to the facility. Nope, this was a replan. I don't think, maybe Imogen wasn't going the way he wanted. But the strat is there for a quicker run than 4.5 minutes. So far, Chris leads with a 2:58, followed by Yanni's 3:14. Red Fox 2 minutes into his run already has the Homeless Person, might already have the scissors, and if that's the case, this is looking really good for him. Not sure if it's 2:58 kind of good, but it is promising and quick, although his run so far is 5:04. He will definitely beat that. Almost doesn't matter where Imogen is at that moment. In combat by the street guards guarding the, I guess, the dumping area, but it shouldn't spread into the facility, and we can see Imogen there. This was a loud gunshot for Panic to stop her. One headshot and the scissors kill. Now if only he can exit, but he has the tier 3 dongle, and we'll just stay alive with a 3:09, which is a significant upgrade for him. Almost 2 minutes and 3 points worth. So now he's second behind Chris.
You got the bastard hash. Now go get Imogen Morris and we can get to the core.
Needless to say, it's always heartbreaking when tech issues go into the way of runs. Chris just can never catch a break. Such a good player with such an unlucky system. PC keeps crashing and will do so once more, and it's a very long, dark not sure, like, time period for him, so I'm not even sure if he's doing some extra changes. I can give him a refresh, but I think black screen is black screen. Just came back to the loading screen. Luckily his run is very much optimized under 3 minutes, and then it's 3:09 and 3:14 by Yanni, so there is the possibility to get close to those times. And we'll see if that happens. 15 minutes to go. Of course, everyone is going for their better runs, except for Oro, who is going to get Oro is going for his first run. Of course, everyone is looking good to improve on their times as well. So he's just passing as the homeless, but I guess people...
Yes, that's good. Keep that distance, sir. Good job, son. Keep it going like that. more men, now! Someone killed a load of people! It's a maniac! Hey! Come out and we'll talk. No need for any crazy stuff. Hey, you alright? It's like he's hacking the human brain. Motor control now. Next, motions and memory recognition. Just know your voice.
You're breathing down my neck all the time. Oh, surveillance and hard.
Hush! You need to focus your mind on the project. Get all that idiot stuff through. I'll protect you. You know that.
What is this for? Check that out.
I hear you.
My vision. I can't let it get.
Got nothing here.
Okay, good. Now leave.
You got the bastard hushed. Now go get Imogen Royce and we can get to the core.
I'm starting to get fed up with all of this.
You accept that you may suffer partial complete memory. You understand?
I'm gonna be rich. Get the hell out of here. I got this flyer. That is it.
It would be nice to get some help.
Oh shit! I'm getting help. Don't
Excuse me. Oh,
You're not
shit.
allowed here, you know. Oh, no, you don't. Do not move. Another muscle. Take him down. What? Take. Lost visual. Lost visual. Anyone got eyes on Tango? Hey.
Good. That's both targets down. I just need to override this, and I'm...
How am I supposed to focus when the kitchen feels like a train station?
Find your dinner.
Hey there. You can
Hi,
go right.
I'm Chen.
I have to tell you, I'm dying to know what the inside of that room is like. You can tell everything.
I'm in command. Sounds like someone's in trouble.
What?
Oh my God.
You got the bastard, Hush. Now go get Imogen Royce and we can get to the core.
I did.
That is not good.
You accept that you may suffer possible consequences. You understand?
I'm gonna be rich. Get the hell out of here. I got this flyer, and it says.
What the? I'm quite sorry.
Sir, you can't be here.
Drop the crowbar. Hey, you. Stop. Give him all you got. Dance to it.
Good. That's both targets down. I just need to override this.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Wake up. Quick! Did you hear the gunshot?
Please step aside. I'll handle this.
Huh? Oh, no, you...
That is totally insane. You need to take an anger management course, man.
Good. That's both targets down. I just need to override this, and I'm in. You can get out now and I can take care of the data remotely. Unless you want to handle it yourself.
What are you, some kind of troublemaker? Did you do this?
VIP to safety.
Good. That's both targets down. I just need to override this, and I'm in.
Security.
Hey, you, are you deaf? Follow me now. Give him all you got! Ow!
Oh, God!
Gotta move you to...
You got the bastard, Hush. Now go get Imogen Royce and we can get to the core.
I need some assistance!
All right, focus when the kitchen keys start changing.
Hello, hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me, and I hope the tournament's been going well so far. Sorry I was a bit late to this.
Welcome, and I just realized that my mic was muted. I hopefully for not too long. Bit scared now.
Yeah, I've been watching the back end of Chongqing. It has been muted for like 3 minutes, I think, so not that long. It's not the end of the world.
Well,
It
it could be worse, I guess.
fine.
So yeah, good idea,
Yeah.
Moo. I think, yeah, we'll be going for that. But I think we have to progress with the admin side as well, because players are waiting here. We'll just spin this wheel for the third time to see what the third map is. And Berlin it is for map number 3. And while that is set up, I can also show the scores now. I think these are updated automatically. With Chris X3 leading 24 points, 3 ahead of Blythe, the two players with the RTA and in-game time wins so far. Red Fox and Janini not much behind. And no, this is actually not 100% updated because Oro has also got the points. So yeah, this is now correct. Chris with a 2-point lead over Blythe. So we have to go to Berlin, which is that's a good break. I think a 5-minute break is good again.
So it's map grids, so it's still going to be on the easiest side of things. From when I quickly briefed over the rules, yeah, they do get progressively harder as you go through and get more points for finishing and all that. So it should be more on the easier end of the Berlin spins, I'd say. I'd think, at least.
Yeah, I will be looking for a spin like that.
It's like a 3-minute roll floor. We'll do right nicely here, you know.
So yeah, there are the conditions, and that's already a... Oh, I think this is now. Okay, so right off the bat, fiber wire was was a condition I can mention that and remove it. It's actually not a lot of banned conditions because, of course, you can do everything on these targets. Fiber wire, loud SMG, and silent shotgun air sniper, of course, the 3 exceptions. And I would say this is... I keep clicking like a few more times to see, but I mean it doesn't have to be quick, it just has to be easy, and these seem approachable. So for 43 past the hour it will be sent.
Yeah, no, of course you can have like a 9-minute spin that's easy as hell, but then you can have like a 5-minute spin that's really hard, and that's what like is really gonna be good to see how these players manage it. Of course, there's Chongqing. I'm not so sure what the first map was, but looking at it at 4:20 or 4:10 being the fastest time on map 1, then a 2:28 being the fastest time on map 2. You know, difficult does not necessarily mean time. You know what I mean? So it's definitely going to be some variation there.
Some of it is definitely map related. Haven getting 5 finishers in 30 minutes, even with any percent. Of course, try to make it as easy as possible. I mean, I guess there was a bit of back and forth with disguises, but of course nothing too difficult. But I'm just really excited for the harder maps and what kind of conditions we can make out of it.
And especially, you know, being master, you know, if you shoot someone in the head to get their disguise, you can't use the disguise as a ruin. So, you know, if there's a unit disguise and you just shoot them, like, you know, we've floated around on Deal on this map, you know, the disguise is ruined, you'll be forced to reset if it's a unique disguise.
Yeah. Yeah, just had to double check something else. But it's one part of it is funny as I'm checking back to the main scene. I guess a quick one more quick briefing for Joker, because he was asking which scene to use. I made 2 just in case the frames wouldn't be handled, and then we can just look at 4 players and then the other 4 in quick succession. But my frames have been alright, and I think just looking at all 8 is alright so far. So it is just a minute, just over a minute until here. And oh no, like, luckily we don't have to enforce as much, but Berlin will allow any amount of targets to be taken out in any order, so it kind of means that any, I presume. And Meme can correct us here if he meant it differently, but I think it's said there specifically so that first 5 is fair play. 30 seconds until map 3. Hopefully we get another map with everyone finishing. It's my main hope.
Can I have the spin link, please?
Of course.
The zip file only contained a random author spin. I was just like, they aren't an author, are they?
There it is.
Thank you.
No problem. And it's your first spin. If you want, you can read it out for us.
Yeah, so Agent 1 will be loud explosive weapon as Rolf Hirschmiller. Number 2 is loud pistol as a delivery guy. Number 3 is ball as a club crew. 4 is explosion accident in the suit. And then the Agent 5 is concealable knife, but I can't actually see the disguise yet. As bartender.
Oh,
so yeah.
loads in slowly, or not sure what was the problem, but yeah, these are the 5. I was wondering if this is any difficult, but I was looking at.
Yeah, I'll go find out.
Yeah, suit or non-suit is always worth mentioning. I guess it's making it a bit less interesting in terms of start, but the loud explosive weapon, the concealable knife are both on targets, so it should be fine. Loud pistol on so many guards, and the fall and explosion accident is textbook accidents for several agents, so I didn't find it too difficult.
Yeah, that is the one pleasure of Berlin. Most of the kill conditions, like even like all like the loud SMGs and that, will mainly be on the map anyways. As you see, most players going for the explosion accident kill straight away onto green. Of course, you need the propane being on the roof, you get an SMG from him, and you know you can start shooting, go right up to him. Most of them have been doing the same thing, really. It's hard trying to keep track of all of them. You know, yeah, what I've seen so far, they take, you know, the concealable knife is on green as well. So it's a nice task to get all that done with. Then most of them have followed up with the banner as well, to get him up there.
Yeah, very much textbook suit start here, and on this guy's side, and there's not much you can do here. The explosion accident, probably you want to keep your suit for those first 1.5 minutes and get it on Swamp perhaps, and then after that you can just go shopping for disguises and the remaining agents. As I think it's always important or nice to look out for Chris, because his strategy always ends up being quite fast here. As the delivery guy, he got I think that was Swan was definitely in the people that he killed, and he's already now a club crew looking for a 4 kill, most likely on the rooftop.
Yeah, of course, you know, because you get the bonus points if you finish them up first as well, and you get more bonus points with the best thing in time. So basically, it's almost like the race to finish first. You know, just loading straight away and just getting in, and you know, getting the kills. And then if you finish first, then you can work on your in-game time.
Yeah. So Oro has withdrawn, so we'll now have a hole in the overlay, but still 7 players. So should still be a lot of action to call. And Chris is going down for what do we have down there? I guess a bartender, but not the only one. Otherwise it would be Rolf, but he's going for biker compound, and it is more like the 4 kill at the moment. And of course on Tremaine, which will also have the sniper, but can't be utilized for these kills. Just going to be the 4 kill on him, and well, from this area could be Lowenthal and his C4 nearby. And then of course I think just leave the area. Also I was... Oh, so I was seeing Blythe was going the stairs, and Chris as well, and Chris did end up going down for Rolf, and Blythe went up for Tremaine, and I just made the 2 into 1 player, so apologies for that.
And he has got Banner there as well, so I'm guessing he's going to try and get Banner with the Ford if he hasn't got that kill already. Oh no, he's in the Roll Sky, so it suggests, you know, he will be doing that explosive kill on him.
Yeah, I think of course the remote aspect makes it a tiny bit trickier, but he has plenty of bodies in here and a couple of disguises, and he can get the fall right here. Silence SMG is good for taking care of these targets, but Chris gets shot again and doesn't want to keep being shot. Luckily for him, the guard turned away and set up the C4 for this target. Will detonate. It's really hard to say. Of course, no picture for the kill to make it easier for us.
Mikkel is getting the loud pistol kill onto Lowenthal. Gets over it. He is in combat, but there should be a disguise from down here where you can just change it to investigate that fact. I love seeing all the differences we see. You know, most of the time we have seen the delivery without pistol kill be done on Thames, but you know, there's still little variations we've seen from like Mikkel's and that, which made this really interesting so far. No player yet to finish. I don't know who's got the highest in the game time. It's like 6 minutes on Chris's end, or like 5 minutes even on his ends. You know.
Yeah, Chris is looking. Yeah,
So now you go ahead.
I guess it's looking good, but the reason he mentioned the trick about the 5 kills or not, I think he's still looking to get another kill from a already isolated target, and the bartender concealable knife might be someone on the roof. Who else? But Green most likely, or Banner if he was lured up. So I think that's the last kill he's looking for.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, he has 5 targets down anyways. He just needs that concealable knife kill. Running through the map, so just gonna be nice to see who he gets on, of course. You're gonna be running to any of the agents escaping if you haven't knocked any down, which could cause a bit of issue on his side of things. Life, however, with the loud explosives to kill, and he will be running towards the exit. So that should be Blythe finishing first and taking the 10 points from that aspect.
Looks like to me indeed. 555 and some points remaining, not in the zeros remaining. And Chris will be probably the second one then. Not going to the rooftop. It could be a biker then. Or I wonder who was the last agent. He extra pacified. Gets into combat. It will be difficult, and he's replanning. I think he was looking to kill one of these as they were running away then.
Escaping.
Mm-hmm.
And we see Blythe finish first, and another benefit of that is you have more time than the others. Just don't think about the quickest strat, what you can do to optimize your time and get that quickest time to get them extra points, which could be like what is the difference on who wins.
Yeah, and it's kind of two competitions at the same time, going for the first real-time finish and the best in-game time, both giving points, and I guess both being important in their own matters. First, you want to just get the finish, hopefully to get those extra, and then grind out the in-game time. And Chris with the suit explosion doesn't even have to go for or wait for Swan. Gets it on green, lures Banner.
Got him. Showtime.
Alright, don't waste the opportunity.
Observer replan means that apart from column 1, everyone is on a decent run so far, or a couple minutes into their own. Bunky getting a bartender. It's a wall hacky area, but don't have to worry about it in a any percent competition like me. Sneaks by that guard. It's good to keep it covert. And he is just passing where the DJs are, but he can just walk by, and there is an agent in the adjacent room with the guards. He's being woken up.
Yeah, meanwhile, Yanni has finished with a in time of 441, is what I think I saw. I'm gonna have to almost in my monitor to see that. Blythe goes something different though. He gets the full kill onto green. Generally something we have not seen yet. So the explosion accident kills, you'll be interested to see who he does that on indeed. As we've seen, most people go for that kill on green instead of the full kill. So yeah, this is see some strats. Gets the propane, so I'm guessing we're gonna see a kill possibly on Thames. Will be the one that shouts out to me here.
Thames is a good possibility there. 2 finishes so far. Apologies. Chris was really close to 1, so would not be surprised to see him finish this one and maybe even take the 441 lead from Yanni. But gets killed by the bikers.
Ooh, that's unlucky. And of course, when you first see the scene, you think, oh, I could just run through and shoot anyone. But you know, it's very hard to go through and shoot anyone, especially on Master Key. They do so much damage in that. So it's pretty hard to just run through shooting everyone.
Yeah,
Red kills. Oh no, he doesn't kill Roll Pershman. That's just some delay here. All the other NTKs, he shoots him in the leg and punched him. So of course I thought, you know, that almost ruined the disguise, and that would be a restart.
yeah.
From Red Fox.
So I wonder if
he didn't kill him.
so the bullets ruin the disguise with the blood, but if you explode them, I think it would be fine. The disguise ruined. It should only pop up with if you shoot them to bleed.
Yeah, Hitman's a weird game, isn't it?
Yeah, especially this obscure condition in Master Mode, which you really only think about when these competitions are up. So it's really fun to see indeed. Yeah, I just want to reiterate for more Moody with the really good suggestion about using the blanks placed at the top. It could be very good for those extra information in the future events. And just spend this afternoon with this one to get all these pixels right, and I just couldn't find what to use there, but it should be really good to have the in-game times there. So Punk with 5 agents down, but still looking for the exit, and looks to KO this. I think it was Technician. I think he just wants to exit now. Don't think he killed. He wants to kill extras.
He has all the kills down. 8 minutes 22 as well. It's not going to one that's going to overtake the current in-game time lead, but you know, it's still an important 5 points from completing the map. Then after this, he can then focus on getting a quicker in-game time.
Yeah, I think most of it is about finishing, and it makes sense to give out the most points for that. And Punky 835. It also gives him 3 extra for the time being. And we'll see how many others can finish in the next 16, almost 70 minutes. Red Fox also in quite a situation. Combat to be exact, with all 5 kills down, but gets shot to death. We'll have to try again. 537 it would have been, well, plus extra to get an exit, but it's right up there with Blight for 2nd place currently.
Yeah.
Oh, the Observer gets also shot. I wanted to start saying where he would be in the run.
Yeah, you're sniped from the pie area. Haven't finished yet, so you know, as that 5 points is still evading him. What was it, 455? So even if he did finish, it was not likely he would get them extra points. You know, I think everyone's main focus at the moment is just finishing. We do see this as an easy burn and spin. You know, burning can always cause issues. You know, especially with some of the disguises. But you know, in any percent, it's not that much of an issue. That much, you know, but if Florida Man goes on a wonder and you can't find him, then that's going to obviously affect your run, possibly affect your points.
Yep. GK Punk, bottom right corner, looking to get the explosion.
X1. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's... I don't want to say it's impossible, because I think it's not just a random guess by Punk's side. I couldn't get it, but I think that's not a lot to say, other than that it's, I guess, not easy to find the angle for the propane tank.
If you manage to shoot it once, like, before he gets there from possibly where you knock out green, he does smoke there, you know, that will kill him. So that could be something. I mean, it's pretty hard to do anyways. But you an SMG, it's just hard to just one shot with an SMG. Yeah, it's a good idea for Punk. Going for something different. We've mostly seen, you know, the explosion accident kill be done onto green, but now we're seeing the differences. We're seeing, you know, Blythe getting the club crew straight away, then go and do the full kill, and Punk, you know, trying to. No, but well, Punk's now returning back to the explosion kill onto green. Does shoot him a little bit, but manages to not kill him and gets the explosion accident kill.
Ooh, can't get these guys now. I think he was frustrated about that one. So anyone with finish potential The closest would be Mikular or Red Fox. Red Fox in the bike area, but gets shot at and that's over. So nice that I mentioned it. And Mikular gets that trademark headshot on Agent Rhodes. I think he's the only one to do that, and but he's constantly doing that, so could be his run now with extra practice. Sound helping us to know where players are and checking to Mikular. We've just heard that he's on 3 out of 5 kills now, including a loud pistol as delivery guy. And of course bodies are kept being found. I'm fairly sure that he used the loud pistol as the kill. I wasn't exactly sure if he used the SMG or not, but I think it was all legal on Mikular's side.
Yeah, I think he did use the loud pistol kill. You know, if he did have it in his inventory, it would have been, you know, smart to do that. It could have been in just a moment of panic, and he might use it. But I'm pretty sure we did see a loud pistol as he does have it in his inventory.
Mm-hmm. And extra guards now on the rooftop as well. Won't really get him any disguise. He doesn't have any non-lethal melees to KO people.
Yeah. Both Chris and GK Punch restart, and Unini, as I say. Chris got it from Kim. I think GK Punch Unini just has something go slightly wrong. Both of them finishing, so they're just mainly focused on the thing in time. So if something does go wrong, they can just quickly fix that.
Yeah, it's similar situations for Yanni and Chris, but the main difference is that Chris doesn't actually have a finish so far. So he will have to get one in the next 12 minutes, because otherwise it will be a costly 5 points for him. And Yanni, of course, just needs to optimize and get those extra points, of which he has all 5 at the moment.
Yeah, and we saw Haven, you know, not everyone completed it, and same with Berlin, not everyone's completed it. Yeah, and it's definitely, you know, you still have the easier spins on the bigger maps, but they can still easily cause issues, especially on like Berlin and Haven.
Yeah. Of course, every map has the same chance to appear for each map, and I was starting to think that is it better to have a map pools of difficulty, or do these harder maps do justice with easier spins? It's something to think about, but hopefully we tried our best. I tried my best to not make it any tedious, and I don't think this has been that so far.
Yeah, well, for example, you know, an easier spin on Hokkaido a so-called easy spin on Hokkaido is going to be an easier than a easy spin on Berlin, but you know, the easy on that map still applies. That on that map, that is easy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a hard spin on Hokkaido is easier than a hard spin on Berlin, for example. So, but like in regards to that map, they're not exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's just there will always be differences between maps, and just hope to make it somehow progressively difficult. But I don't know what I will do if Dartmoor pops up as map number 7.
I was going to be like Undertaker Fire Axle, something like that.
The previous 2 improvs.
It's not really hard. It's just time consuming and things like that. You know, especially on the small maps, you have to feel like time consuming spins are going to be the harder ones, especially on the one tire maps.
Yeah.
You know, like the so-called harder disguises and the so-called harder kill conditions will add up to that.
Or of course, as Meme says, easier map can be hard if you end up in a situation where you have to escape, and Hokkaido is indeed a good example of that. With those doors or through those doors, you have more difficulties escaping combat, for example. Red Fox blew himself up, but that was quite some time ago. I just read up on chat again. But only 3 finishes so far, indeed.
But I don't know how you could say it hard, but Aristotle are literally just a man that can shoot from anywhere. Like, you know, especially the combat side of it, I feel like kind of small, but you know, the target side. I mean, yes, Yuki is one of the exceptions because she's constantly in the open with a bunch of bodyguards around her. You know what I mean? So that side definitely makes her harder, one of the more harder targets in this competition. Especially, you know, you can't just go up and shoot her. You know, you get combat from 2 bodyguards, and to escape that on Master is gonna be pretty bloody hard.
Yeah, it's a public area, but a tight public area. So I'm interested to see if we end up in Hokkaido or something.
Yeah.
So Miku still on his run, closing in on 8 minutes. He's looking
He's gonna
to
bring it
poison.
though. Yeah. I don't know. Is that gonna bring the full here? Maybe?
So he will get a regular biker, but
Yeah.
yeah.
We didn't poison the food either, so I don't know if everyone thought that's just to open the garage door or something, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's just looking for ways to get in. And now he has an item
You
to
have the
pacify
door open.
him.
I don't know. Thames is still alive for him as well, so you know, he can get a kill if he needs it onto him.
What would be good on Thames for his run? Considering he has loud pistol already done. Maybe explosion in suit or the loud explosion. He doesn't have a relevant item here.
Yeah, Crystal escaping with 4 minutes 18, I think is what I saw on his in-game time at the top. A 4:20 even.
Oops. It's
so
his
yeah,
second
rapid.
420. Interesting.
And that does bet Yanni's 4:41 saw earlier. I'm not sure if Agent 420 is watching right now, he would be happy.
Yeah, lots of
about that.
mentions for him so far, at least timing wise. And yeah, 4:20 is the leading time by Chris, and then 4:41 by Yanini, who is on his run as well. And I think, oh, he injures Thames but doesn't kill, and then yeah, Thames is still around. Ooh, Red Fox offline.
Yeah, he's offline from me as well. I don't know.
Mikler gets the fall on Thames. As I just switched the audio to Yanni, but he just had to pause and check out something else. So we are stuck with no sound at the moment, but shouldn't be too long.
Yeah, Mikler's 10 minutes in, and we only have 6 minutes left. So if he does, you have to restart now. You potentially could see Mikler's not finishing. He's using the gramophone lure to bring over Rolf.
Yeah.
Like.
He's not.
Of course, you can't just shoot. You can't just shoot him because you know room's disguise.
Yeah.
There are millies in that room, so you could just shoot the two bikers and then knock out.
Of
Or
course,
you can just shoot the two bikers and just punch them. You know.
Yeah, I think shoot KO would have been even quicker, but Mikora goes safe with the corner suit and gets the final disguise of his run, and then a loud explosion needed. I think it's perfect for Chamberlain, who is right now in this room, so Kill KO would do it here as well. Silence KO to start with, but it's heard actually. Ooh, Mikolar is really important for him to not die and not have any gunshots. I think it's fine, but Mikolar now just has to set this final kill up and leave. It is on. It's not on Chamberlain. It should be on him. Punk finishes with a 640, which doesn't give him extra points, but but it's even harder for others to overtake him. I mean, sorry.
It gives him, that quicker time, just to maintain the 2 points he is currently getting from that for first time.
Yep. I think now it's just I have to mention to Red Fox that he's offline. Hopefully everything is good. And Nicola did get the explosion kill. Oh no, it's just a body found. I guess not then. Because he was on 3 when we checked in on him, and then we've seen the 4 kills since then.
In Blind gets 5 kills, 4 minutes 40, but does die. Close to the exit, it would better his own time, but it wouldn't give him any more extra points as it currently is. Of course, Chris and Yanini both having better times than he has had. You know, again with GK Point trying to get that quick time, it has like almost cemented his thing in China.
And I think so. It's really difficult for Mikular because Chamberlain did have a c4, but I think Mikular didn't find it, or it fell through the floor, or something. The game didn't want him to have that. So I think now it's just Mikular has to get it for Lowenthal, the other target with c4. And it's getting pressing, the time issue. Just 3 minutes to go, and Blind, Observer, Red Fox definitely cannot have it. Punk and Chris with some optimizations, or it works in the remaining time. But Yanni and Mikular are really close to finishing, and Yanni is really planning a lot, doesn't take a lot of in-game time seconds instead of RTA, and gets another kill on I think it's Montgomery and gets into combat. I think that's Yanni can't dodge it.
That would be very hard to get out of. The only way I think could have Sable maybe gone up the stairs and gone back down, but that, you know, that would have been too slow, especially because already having a 420 and Yanni having the 441 I think he got. So it would have been hard for him to better with that run. 2 minutes 30 left, so I think they've just decided, you know, let's stop it. I don't know. It'd be pretty hard to go for it in 2 minutes 20.
Yeah, I think the last big question here is if Mikular can get the Lowenthal kill. He's really trying to take it safe, but I think now Lowenthal just...
Time pressure here.
Yeah.
As much time to take it safe, I should say.
Can he get there? Can he set up the kill?
Target spotted, disguised as Rolf Hirschmuller. Montgomery, I think he's headed your way. Stay alert. Got it. I'll let you know if I need backup.
Red Fox gives us a O and back online. And
back online.
Yeah. So nice.
Thankfully, he hadn't finished in that time, so he could have verified it.
Yeah, it's better to realize it on a restart than on a finish, because then it gets us in a awkward situation. But I think Mikulas will get this finish now with the C4 CX in hand.
Close the door. I think he has the delivery keys, right?
He did get the delivery guy, so I would assume that he also got the keys, but...
No, general defense suggests he hasn't. Or has he? Oh no, he had already had them, so that would be Mikulas giving with a 15 minute. You know, he does finish, and he is the 5th person to finish, so you know, he does get that extra point in that respect as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just 5 points, but 6 for him, as I think Red Fox and the Observer want to get a finish. Yeah, no Red Fox finish, despite some good runs. 1508, indeed. As long as it's a finish, I think it's a big help for him. Yeah, 20 seconds to go, and we will be done with the first category of spins. The first 3, or the easier spins. Yeah, Red Fox doesn't really have a lot of frames, but hopefully he can fix it before the next map. And this one is over now. So, wheel spin time. Map number 4, and the first one of the medium category is Dubai.
It's gonna be on the more challenging start to have a so-called medium spin.
Alright.
Just trying to think what makes it Dubai harder, you know, like probably out of the way disguise, like the helicopter pilot, or maybe even not helicopter pilot, the skydiving suit, you know, the assassin, and potentially maybe some live kills as well. It does what make Dubai map slightly more challenging side, you know. It is one of the smaller maps, but you know there are a lot of guards. So if you do get in combat, it'd be very hard to escape unless you manage to shoot everyone, which would be pretty hard.
I give it 6 minutes until the next spin for us to catch a breather, and for the players as well. And yeah, so Dubai is set. We can look at the scores now, and I think this will require a refresh every time now. Should be fine, but now we have it, and it's a 2-person battle at the moment with Blythe and Chris just 1 point apart.
1 point, wow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if one of them struggles on one of the maps and one has the quickest time first finish, that puts them 15 points ahead. It's that's how quickly things can change depending on one map. And the points do increase now, as I said. I was mistaken. 7 points for finish, and then extra 7 points for map win. Then 7 points for a best in-game time. So you get potentially 21 points from this. And if you're Blythe here and you absolutely mess up Dubai, and then Chris comes here and gets the first finish, quickest time, he should go 20 points ahead of you. And that's going to be, if Chris then plays it perfectly, it's going to be hard for you to then catch up. So it's how unforgiving this type of tournament can be with so many points involved.
Yeah, and conversely, if someone sweeps the map, takes the fastest in-game time, and is the first to finish, he can catch up a lot. And I think what is that, 27 points from first to last, that can be turned around in 1 or 2 maps, and 4 to go, more than half a tourney. So I don't think it's over for anyone just yet. I guess we can keep it here for a bit longer as I'll set up the Dubai spin. And just a refresher, I'll quote what should be set from rounds 4 to 6. Rounds 4 to 6 should ensure that each target-specific disguise is trespassing for fortress targets. Francesca should not be mansion guard, mansion staff or housekeeper, etc. So fortress targets would, I guess, kind of include who's fortress target in this one, because neither, if you let them approach with the public area, it's kind of the downside of Dubai. But we'll cook up something, of course. It's on top of the world. I think it's actually quite nice for the first try, but I'll check the conditions. And since Meme was so kind to let me send him the spins, I think I'll give him for a double check. And if that's the case, then it would be 20 past the hour, right?
Yeah, should be. I'm just spend week. Yeah, Dubai is going to be, on the hard side of things. To make it harder than what you perceive as an easy Dubai spin. But there's definitely things on Dubai that do make it a little bit more challenging. Of course, you call it helicopter pilot. Skydiving suit. This assassin isn't hard, it's just a bit time consuming in a way to get. So it definitely does add that a bit more with challenging aspects there.
Yeah, I think it should be a nice middle ground. Looking at chat if I'm missing anything, luckily not. And everyone is nicely back online, and most of them on the Dubai loading screen, a couple of them in Dubai already. Should be another 30-minute timer. We haven't got Santa Fortuna or Colorado, so haven't had an extension there. 4 maps to go, which of course 2 hours and a bit, so still on the schedule to finish by 23 CEST. A nice explanation, thank you, Meme. Yeah, basically it never enters a publicly accessible area.
Yeah, and of course Marcus does with the little something which you can use for an execution kill. I think, anyways. But you can be in an area where you'll see it, so he does enter that public area in that respect. However, Ingram doesn't, of course. He's always either in the little penthouse entrance or in the penthouse itself.
Quite right. So it is now the second row. I have to adjust the admin page a bit. But yeah, it will be quite interesting to see those 14 points starting to pop up, and it has been Blythe versus Chris for first place so far, but this is the perfect time for others to catch up, and with more points available and with more than half the turn to go, it is fairly easy to do so.
12 seconds. Sure, the spin comes if you want to take it, and you can. Feel free.
Sure, I will. And Meme said it's fine. I think it's fine. So now it's time for the first medium difficulty spin. Carling then falling object in suit, and Marcus Tyrus and Silence they are as art crew.
Yeah,
And
that's nice. I like the look of that. Of course, falling object. Off the top of my head, the quickest one if you KO him straight away would be, to drag him all the way down and get that loudspeaker kill. But obviously, I'm guessing you can use the him and Marcus to meet. You can use that, of course. I don't. If we manage to see that, that'd be cool. Science assault rifle. Yeah, there are Shoutcast on this map, isn't there? Especially on the penthouse guards.
yeah, I think that's the distinction, is that the Ingram guards have SMGs, the penthouse guards have ARs, and then the security has pistols.
Yeah. A hierarchy in place using guns.
Yeah. So my sound is on Yanni because I think he was the first to load in. I'm not sure if he still has the in-game time lead. I mean, it's just so close. Missed quite a few of pistol shots which got him into combat and died. So it is now...
It's going to be a reset on event.
4 other players with their first run at around 1 minute. That was just a bit behind because of starting with hitmap section, and oh my god, that was a beautiful ragdoll down the ledge as he was jumping down there, and Chris once again has crashed. This is what happens. This is not the first map when it happened at the beginning of the spin.
It looked like he crashed at the end of Berlin. That's when he got the black screen.
Berlin as well.
Yeah, towards the end or at the end of Berlin, that's where he crashed. I don't think I saw him come back up. So,
Yeah, it just not working out for him tech-wise, but still leading. So just still 1 point of the lead. So the battle for the first finish would be between Blythe, McHuller, Observer and Punk. No one has a kill down, and Observer is the one not in the security, so he could be getting closer to a Ingram setup. I can give Chris a refresh, but it's been a good minute usually. Yeah, his live just back screen. Unfortunate.
Punk gets the kill onto Stuyvesant. Back in his seat. Don't know where Ingram is, so I'm guessing he's gone up to the penthouse to try and get the fallen object killed up there.
Might just be that the kill, the key of the map is letting perhaps Ingram go upstairs, and because then it's just, I think, an even shorter drag to the meeting room, and any percent viable. Meme with the age-old dilemma of sleeping or watching content on the internet at a late hour. Happy to entertain.
Yeah, it's something worth tonight at Roulette Rivals. There's like games at 3 AM. You contemplate, do I start to watch it or not? Then you stay up and you you turn it off afterwards and go, I shouldn't stay up for that. I'm too tired. And you wake up in the morning. When you wake up in the morning, you really feel the effects of staying up and watching. But it's good to watch, so don't blame me.
Yeah. Hopefully this event is turning out well so far. I think it's a really interesting competition, and it's far from over, definitely. And Chris is back at last. It's losing 4.5 minutes, I think. A little more than 4.
Yanini gets killed trying to get the Arc Cruise guys. Unfortunately, the guy who's trying to ran off the security room, and of course with 2 guys on there and a couple of guys behind him, it's gonna be hard to escape. Red Force guns down 2 security guards and Stuyvesant. A bit of a buffer, which isn't the best time to buffer when you're in the middle of combat, and dies, unfortunately.
Which leaves us, with Punk dying with 2 players, Mikular and Blythe with a 4-minute-ish run, and they will be battling for that first real-time finish. I saw Blythe use the key card to trigger the mission story. Mikular might be going for a different mission story if he's the famous chef, and perhaps luring him up after preparing the food, and didn't quite see what happened there. Luke is great, he's telling Blythe about the next steps.
From what we saw Unini just dying, what he was doing was knocking out Ingram up there. Now, if you get Ingram up there, you get the AR as well, so you can then go straight down and knock out Stuyvesant, and then get the Arc Crew disguise. If you knock out everyone, if you knock out the 2 guys for the Arc Crew as well, you have a nice free way to just get Ingram and just drag him all the way down and get a full notch there. So you could actually be quick in that regard, and we could see Yanni possibly get the quickest in-game time with that strat. We've seen Blythe and Mitchell on 5 minutes, trying to deal with Ingram. Then this strat from Blythe could actually be on the quicker side of things,
Oh, Mikular dies though, so it is now only for Blythe, and Red Fox is out with 212. I just slept on it. He was really quick on the execution, and high risk, high reward, because he gets first finish and the time, which is good luck beating it, looking at the earlier attempts of 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, from what I saw, because I'm actually behind him because he's been buffering a lot, he locked down Ingram and got him underneath the chandelier and shot at the right time, and he had escaped, and obviously took the penthouse staff disguise and just ran to the sky night. So that is very nice from Red Sox, what we just saw.
Let's see if he can show us once again. If it's, just 2 minutes stretch, then probably
now Red Force has that time. He has 22 minutes left. He can do that run 10 more times. Just quickly optimize things and potentially get a sub 2, which would be very impressive.
This wasn't a spin where I expected a sub 2, so if he, even getting close to this first try and making it possible to get it under 2 minutes is ridiculous good.
And looking at the updated score, that does put him top. So if Blythe isn't able to sort this out, because he both sort of just take the top spot. But Blythe has the ideas there, and I think he just died. So and they're all good players. So we should hopefully see they will finish and add a bit more interest to this competition. But yeah, Red Fox has been very impressive strat indeed.
Yeah, it would be really strange to see someone not finish. I just cannot believe it, Chris, with the black screen again. I think that might just be the only way to not finish a Dubai, or the other one is that if you speed it up so much that you can't slow down for a safe finish, for any safe finish in the 30-minute mark.
So unfortunate for Chris, man.
Yeah. Punk with a mission story with the Rex. Yanni macheting the door and approaching Ingram. Mikular going down those same stairs, and the observer in the security room. Yeah, there's the Red Fox lockdown again.
Nice
And
traveling indeed.
gets kill on him and won't even go for any disguises. He's just going to, of course he can afford it, can afford to go risky. And 115 now will be even closer to the finish, and yeah, I can see the time now. Let's see it finish in real time. Not quite 2 minutes, but a 2:02. No, 2:01. He edited in the last second.
Yeah, and, you know, that makes, you know, he had 2:12, so 1. That makes, you know, a lot harder for that to beat. Obviously, you know, improve that by 11 seconds. And, you know, if you're, for example, Blythe Meek, you're like looking, I think, how did he manage to do that in 2 minutes? You know, that could send him like, into like almost a sense of panic, and you know, he then starts trying to rush things, makes him rip more. So, Red Fox getting that 2 minutes very early, you know, relieves him a lot, and then puts a lot more pressure on the other players at the same time if they are looking at that Discord channel.
It can be very daunting to see that 2:01, and but on the other hand, that's what players should do after that, is to just focus on those 7 points, because they do need to finish, otherwise they won't get those points, and that 7 will bite them back eventually.
And of course, then if someone gets a 5 minutes, and that's the second quickest in game time, yeah, you're still getting 7 points, and then an extra 6 points is finishing, you know. So, you know, as long as you finish, you can still get the second quickest time if no one else finishes, or if everyone else has a really slow strat.
Yeah, and these strats aren't any slow by any means, but I think now both Yanni and GK Punk... Okay, no, Yanni got the drag for Ingram. GK Punk just going up to approach Ingram. But I think they are both looking good on their attempt. I think Yanni ended this combat, still compromised by the art crew, wants to get the KO in him because it's going to be his future disguise. It's a long animation, but yeah, don't shoot him again or he will die. But now it's a long animation, Yanni is low on HP. Still in combat, it will be really difficult to survive this, and he doesn't because he's shot from behind as well.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate on Yanni's end.
Blythe is our second finisher, and the 344 gives him 7 plus 6 points for the time being.
And that does put him back on top.
And GK Punk did get the Ingram kill upstairs, so he will be the third finisher and the third quickest time. Welcome back, Mendo. This is map number 4 of 7. We've had Haven Island, Chongqing, Berlin, and now Dubai as the first intermediate difficulty spin. Not map, of course, because Dubai is not hard by any means, but the spins will be a bit more difficult. 449 for Punk.
We saw from Red Fox, you know, time does not equal difficulty. You know what I mean? The quickest time I've seen so far is on one of the intermediate spins, so...
And by a really amazing strategy.
Yeah. And to do that first as well, to use a lockdown strat, you know, to finish first is just like it's amazing, you know. You know, when I saw you think, okay, you could use the terminal law, the meeting, or even, you know, you could even get him off spawn and drag him on the down. I never thought about locking him down and getting him standing right underneath it. Just good, very good map knowledge from Red Fox to get that very quick 201.
Yeah, and another that same chandelier is now used by Mikular, who couldn't get the lure for Ingram. Needed thrown distraction there, and now in not quite combat, but I think now he contained the situation. Maybe someone's coming from the back. Yeah, he can see it on the minimap. Ingram's guards are coming. But once that's settled, it's a very short drag under the chandelier lamp thingy, and Chris is dropping out. It's just too many crashes, and I cannot blame him. It's just unplayable for him.
That's very unfortunate because then, you know, we saw the narrative, you know, especially after Berlin, you know, just him and Blythe constantly battling at it. But unfortunately, we have seen the aspects gone with Chris having to be forced to drop out with his unfortunate crashes, which is not something you'd like to see at all.
Yeah, there is a like there are crashes, and then there are so frequent crashes for Chris that it's just no way that it's any fun to play for anyone. And yeah, it's been such a long-term issue for Chris and just not being fixed. Really unfortunate. So Mikler does get the 4th finish with a 734, and not sure if you mentioned it, but it's not just the finish points that change, but the in-game time points from 543 to 765. So, oh yeah, you did mention it. So Mikler has 4 points for this.
Yeah, there's a lot more at stake now, you know. If you're batting at the top of someone, you know, and then you like finish first with the quickest thing in time, and that's gonna put pressure on you to perform in the next month to get that done quicker. That's gonna make you you know, try and do things quicker, you know, rip more and do all that. So the more points, especially in the last round, what is it, 9 points for that finishing in first finishing all that?
So it's 10 for the first real-time finish, 5 plus 5,
yeah,
and then it's
wow.
7 plus 7 this time around.
So that aspect as well, so I think adds more pressure. So like only seeing someone like Redford's getting a two-minute run straight away, it's gonna put a lot more pressure on, especially with more points at stake.
It's 4 finishes. That's yeah. Oh wait, I can just hide these 2 rows then, unfortunately. And then waiting on, or not waiting on, but hoping to see the finishers by the Observer and Giannini. Observer looking to clear out the floor, low on HP, gets the kill on the Ingram guard. It's a lot of bodies. I think Red Fox is on. I think this was the second crash he mentioned a minute ago, so I do give him a big refresh because I was a bit behind on my end. Observer dies and Yanni also restarts. The 2 players with no Dubai finishes so far. Yeah, Yanni also quick with his strat, but just cannot work it out, and it's slowly getting to a point where it will pressure him to get any finish, because it's a big loss if he can't get the 7 here.
Well, I do like his strat, you know, he's trying to, you know, knock out Ingram straight away and you know, get the side stop after and straight down to kill Marcus and drag down Ingram to get the 400 kill with the with the speaker. And you know, so the strat, like I said, we could possibly see at the start, and you know, it could almost like nearly around equal. I know for time I do think it's a little slow, but it will definitely get the second push time if he manages to pull it off. It shoots Ingram, however, so that's unfortunate.
Oh yeah.
Restart.
I guess that was not one for that counter, which PG mentioned, was so high. But just another restart. But still, 12 minutes to go, and the runs would be. Yeah, around that 3 to 5 minute mark, especially with a safe first try. So not a lot of tries remaining. Blythe with the mission story again. Mikler approaching. You know, he's going down for his. No, he has the suit. So what is he looking for? Firearms to shoot the falling object.
Redford gets the kill at 137, so you know, he goes to the penalty staff disguise this time. And just waiting for a smoother, quicker exit. So 10 seconds away. Could we see a quicker from his end?
Interesting to see that now he changed disguises. I think with the sub 2 he might, he wanted to be saved. It's going to be really close from 58, 159. Not starting with Vaughn, but gets the flat 2 minutes.
Yeah, so possibly not change the disguise might cost him that, but then he would probably have to shoot near the penthouse guards, which could add more time onto that. So it's probably quicker just to have to get that penthouse disguise and just be able to just run free, don't have to shoot guards or potentially just run through and get slower from getting shot. Blythe doesn't go for that exit, however. He does run down and go for the elevator exit, as it seems.
Huh. I wonder for Red Fox, I mean, just 1 second, so if he doesn't change disguise, then he definitely has it. What's the thing about it? And the Observer to fight with another penthouse guard, but he can get his AR, so can get the future kills that way easier. Both him and Yanni are flashbanged at the moment. The rest are on alright runs, and Blythe with a 329.
Yanni dies again, trying to drag Ingram underneath the speaker, which is very unfortunate. 9 minutes left. His chat seems to be just 2 to 3 minutes, so she should have around 3 more full attempts this run. Can we just highlight Blythe's new personal best on Dubai, the 9,100 mission score as a new personal best? Well,
wait, no way.
What? That's obviously a little bit of a bug or something.
Oh, on Master. The points are counted different in Master.
Oh, yeah.
I was so confused for a second.
No, that confused me as well for a minute. I was like, wait, what? No, it's so fine.
Who am I?
Soon there will be no more.
Is someone talking? Oh, someone's listening to us back. Okay, well, I think it's Blythe. So
I'm guessing it would be Blythe.
Yeah.
Blythe, you are here. Hello, man. Well played on your Dubai. It was very good. Now copy Red Fox's strat. But no. Mikra is getting to the exit at 6 minutes 10 seconds, so he'll be the 3rd person to finish Dubai, also giving him the 3rd quickest in-game time so far.
Punky with the 449 has that, so Mikra is 5th, but other than that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jesus, I know. I can believe I missed him finishing right, but I just
a lot to keep track of, so.
Yeah, I remember I saw the leaderboard update. I was like, wait, Punk finish when? Yes, I completely forgot about it. So yeah, we have the 4th place finish. If I've got that right as well.
So now it's getting pressing for Yanni and the Observer.
That's your winning face. I'd hate to see.
Yanni has finished
We underestimated the constant.
all maps so far, so really wants to keep this up to be within range of Blythe, I think.
Caught him once, we can do it again. And
thank you, Mikra.
And even if we could just finish that fish could be 7 points, then he could have like the 2nd quickest in time. I don't think it is beating that of Mikla's as we see,
but he needs that finish. He really needs it, and I think only 1 or 2 tries remaining for him. And Observer 2 was also been quick, but on longer combat modes, and that's the way he's approaching Ingram, or it's a really public area with lots of guards around, although that's a nice lockdown spot. I don't think there is a chandelier in here though, sadly.
yes, it seems to be he just gets the archer, this guy can go straight down and then kills Marcus. Gets the guard's side, so I don't see him escaping the situation really.
Observer
he's managed a lot.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry, so Observer is now compromised, so it seems that he took care of every guard, so. Brilliant.
Yeah, Yanini is just trying to, get up to Ingram now. I'm guessing he got locked down. and he is underneath the chandelier, so we could see Yanini finish, and possibly, if he managed to get the kill correctly, better Blythe 329, which I think would be very doable with the position he's in. So we could, Yanini, if he just finishes, gets the second best in the time, that's going to boost his points by 13. That's a very big point difference on his side.
Needs to stay alive though,
Yeah,
and
the combat though.
I think it's fine, and it also makes sense to not go for skydiving exit, and I think all the guards are left from here. Oh, one security is coming up here, almost a combat with him. I think Yanni will get this crucial finish and the second quickest run to 13.
And that's almost equal to what we saw Red Fox get on his first run as well. So we could see Yanni play, realize how there's quick ways and how we can optimize this. And we're seeing basically identical strats from him and Red Fox.
If only Yanini could got this run 15 or 20 minutes earlier, then it would be a very close situation with Red Fox. Now Yanni has one more try basically, or maybe two to optimize it, but of course needs luck with the lockdowns and the other parts of the spin. Punky upgrades to a 349.
Still keeps him that fourth best in game time, I think.
Yeah.
Of course, Blood having the 329 and Miklas with the 6-minute run. So we'll keep his spot there, but it does, cement that spot a little bit harder. Which is what you want, really.
As for Observer, he's going with the same run where so many guards were dispatched, so I think it's going to be a bit calmer for him now if he can retrieve the suit, and if this drag is fine, we can see the two guards on the minimap talking about the lockdown procedure. I think Observer is fine with the Ingram kill besides the disguise, and then Stuyvesant needs to be eliminated in these 4 minutes. I think it's, well, he's out in the public, so maybe a good angle for the snipe and then just retrieve the suit.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He's in the archery disguise. You know what, he's 4 minutes in. If he did that in the wrong disguise, or potentially die here, maybe? No, he sorts it out. If he did that in the wrong disguise, we would have seen a reset. He would have to rush out pretty badly.
Curious where the disguise is for the Observer. And then once that's done, won't have a lot of time to get that other kill. Can check on the mini map. I couldn't find anything on the mini map or the actual map.
I'm guessing it's where the archery disguise, where he got the archery disguise from. That would be my one guess.
Probably because this person seems like the. This guy was taken from him. As for Chris, he had to forfeit because he kept crashing, but brutally often. I think it was every 3-4 minutes. Almost all of his runs were out. Now this is for Observer. Yeah.
Yeah, he had it at the end of Berlin and then got it twice in the space of 2. He got it back up at Dubai, crashed again within 2 minutes, then got it back up and then crashed again within 2 minutes. So unless you do the Red Fox strat, it's gonna be hard to complete it in that time. You need to get to kill at 144, so he's gonna sprint the exit. I'm guessing he's gonna get around the same time. Could maybe get himself a little quick time, but spend that
really
extra
minute.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be close.
But it won't be a Yanni win, and it will be a 206 for Yanni. And okay, I'm not going to spoil. Red Fox is 25 seconds behind me, but let's watch this run because it has a time. If we can watch any part of it.
Oh my days. Oh. Well, I've just seen it in the matchups. Oh my days, Red Fox. He's having these little buffers, and oh my god.
Yeah, he did get that 2 minutes sub 2, and I think Yanni won't be.
152. And we did see Observer rip as well. I don't know. I was watching Yanini. I didn't really see why Observer rips. I'm guessing maybe because he couldn't find a suit and got into combat and died from that. That'd be my one guess.
He caught up with Marcus at the bar area, and it was just a bit too many guards for the observer, and won't be getting a finish from this.
He just needs to get a chance to up and get Marcus down here. We'll see Yanini trying to attempt this earlier. There are a lot of guards around here, but he nicely met up with the elevator, so he can just shoot at them and dispose of them down there. Can he do it?
No.
I can't see him doing it within 40 seconds, really.
Even if Ingram for observer is locked down under the same chandelier, like for Red Fox and Yanni, not enough time to exit. Yeah, Yanni says, sorry, that he felt lucky when the lockdown brought him there. I think Red Fox must have felt the same way with the first run, or it was something instinctual, and then he exactly knew where to go for and got that first kill 6 minutes into the spin, but I think everyone else saw that in the chat as well, and then optimized it to under 2 minutes. And this is the end for the map. And for the fourth map, and I think everything is updated. Before I show it, I will ask the players if they want a break or not. Yeah, send a message so I can show the other scenes. I show the scores first, and then if they do want a longer break, we can spin before that. But here's the update, and Blythe, after the really unfortunate situation with Chris's PC, well, not that it's anything new, but it's really brutal today, has now a 9-point lead over Red Fox, who swept the map, the first player to get the first real-time and in-game time finish. Yanni.
But like if we see the exact same results, Red Fox pulls it back. You know, like if Blythe gets 12 points, you know, Red Fox has the Chris time and the first month finish, you know, he'd pull it back. You know, like even Yanini, he is they're all still all these people on 5. Even to Mikula, like he is still in it. You can't cut anyone out at this stage.
Yeah, and if we get a harder map, which will not see as many finishers, and if Mikula can get the same 21-point finish, then he's already back. You need second place in
42 points, and it just boosts him straight away, you know.
Exactly.
So like if he just finishes, if he just figures it out straight away and gets a really quick strat down, then he can easily come back here.
All right, I will propose two options, because there have been some calls for a break, and something it's better for us to also have one.
Yeah, I need to get some water. My throat's dying at this.
Yeah, so we either going to have one in 8 minutes, or we have an extra 15 minutes for all the idler situation, and then come back for the next 3 maps after. And the break is leading. All right, I guess I'll leave it for a couple extra seconds, but it's looking really strong for the break right now, which would mean that it would be about 23 minutes until the next map. We would go to the idler and let the music go. We could have some drinks and dinners, or at least I wouldn't mind to have some after 2.5 hours, and the players as well, because I think we've seen most of them grind it for all 30 minutes. It hasn't been a case of just playing a bit and then chilling before the next map, so I think it's fine to break it into 2 parts, and I think I'm going to call it as a break right now. So what we're going to have is the map spun off stream at I don't know, like another 10 minutes before the spin, so I think 5 past the hour, but we can go for like a longer break. So yeah, any thoughts in this first half of the tourney so far?
I've only seen 2 maps. I saw the end of Chongqing, but it has been amazing, you know, how quickly these players can just think of a really quick strat. We saw Red Fox in Dubai, you know, Blythe on like Berlin and all that. This is just how quickly these players can think of like a strat is just truly amazing. Like And this is what this tournament really highlights, how quickly they can think of a strat. It being any percent, you just go through and it just shows how quickly they can think of a strat, how quickly they can just perform it and do it well. Especially like having that role. If you manage to hit the first in-game, if you manage to, in Redfall, so on Dubai, he was the first person in this thing we've seen so far to get the first finish and the quickest in-game time. That shows like how good he is at quickly thinking and get that quick strat down. And only Unini just about beat his first strat. His first time was a 2:12 and Unini beat that by 6 seconds, and that's just truly amazing. And this is what this tournament highlights really well.
Yeah, I really like to see it so far, and yeah, I think most players have had their own map topping moments, and everyone had their good plays, and 3 more maps for everyone to show what they got, and I think it's far from over so far. And with that being said, and with the break has now been declared, I will go to the idler skin and see you guys, I think about in 20 minutes, 25. See you later. And welcome back everyone to the second half of this Improv Royale 5 tournament, and did reorganize a bit with the streams. We started with the 8, it's not an elimination tournament, but we did end up with 5 for this second half. Hopefully everyone is ready now. I think Mikulas just needs one more refresher. Hopefully he returns. He said he wanted to take a longer break, so hopefully he returns soon. Yeah, 30 seconds until we begin map number 5, second half. Not exactly the second half, but 4 down, 3 to go.
I'm going to Dartmoor. It does, again, like Dubai perceived to be a quick map, but again, like everyone finished Dubai, so we could see that same thing happen in that regard. So yeah, the spin is here.
Is it?
No,
it's stuck on 1 second for me.
It's stuck on 1 second for me as well.
Yeah, it's a bit anticlimactic, but we can see Red Fox.
Yeah, Hamilton Observer as well has been stuck. Yeah.
He reloaded and it's gone.
Yep. Do you just send it out again?
Waiting for spin data. Sending it for 16 past while everyone is paying attention. Now it says...
Yes, this... Ooh, 15 seconds. Ooh.
Yeah, I'll give it a bit more.
This is the best Dartmoor spin we've seen. This is the Dartmoor spin I've seen in a while, really. Yeah, so yeah, 1 minute 5. So I hope he does send this time.
So it was 16 and then sending it down to... So I adjusted it, so now it's counting down to 17 past, so everyone should be ready in 50 seconds. And we'll see if it gets sent. For reference, I had to tamper with a new condition in Hitman's roulette because...
oh, yeah.
Change log, yeah.
Yeah.
I did get a use case file condition, which I had to turn off, and then it kind of messed with the...
I do like that change on hitmaps. I actually think it will add more to this... to roulette. It's what we already see, especially on like the smaller maps. It would add that more aspect to it. Especially on like maps like New York. But we're here in Improv, not everyday rivals, so it doesn't really affect much in this, anyways. Really, especially with the tokens. Then it's got stuck again.
Yeah. So how do I tell them in short?
Fun just time is to make it right now.
Nah, it's only fair if...
Then people can't see it, So, there just seems to be a hitmap's problem. I only test my own F5 can test it myself, see what happens on that end.
Wow, this is fun. We're just not meant to start the second half, but I will keep this spin, which I've got in front of me, don't you worry.
It just doesn't want Dartmoor, unfortunately.
Yeah,
That's
it's really unfortunate. So, basic match. And let's try.
This is improv in itself. You're really embracing the Improv Royale side of it, things. So just keep myself.
Yeah. If it doesn't go without including additional objective, which I try one more time, I think it may be connected. Like it just doesn't want to send the spin anymore without, you know, that second new condition. Can I get it?
Yeah, I mean, you could always have that set on, but just tell the people to ignore it. Or if you want to put a bit of added thing quickly into Dartmoor and then New York and Wilton Creek, you could keep that factor in.
Yeah. So who are playing Blythe? Mikular, Yanini, Red Fox. Heatmap's problem. Yanni said it's a Hitman's problem, but I wonder if he tried as well and just.
Yeah, let's see if this one works. So I set myself there. I did a quick run in my own, and it does work with a map like Marrakesh is what I got. So it might just be that Sin bugs out the competition mode a little bit, maybe, and that'd be my one guess to what just happened.
Yeah, I tend to agree. So I guess we see now in 25 seconds from now. Ended up.
You need to update the link on your stream as well. May I add?
Sending to you as well, yeah. If this is going to be the one.
I've already managed to change it. Does it work? Let's find out if it works. If it doesn't work, then it should be fine. There it is. Yeah, Scissors and the Undertaker.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty. The Undertaker, definitely one of the more. It's just out of the way, really. The Scissors, I don't know where they are because I don't. I choose not to play Dartmoor. It's a decision, really.
It's your
I don't like Dartmoor. After like having to cast 25 minutes of a electrocution kill onto Electra, I despise the map now.
The Sasser Roulette final, right? I think I saw that in the background.
Yeah, it's the fight. It's the fight. It's like Ashton was winning at 6-4. If he won that map, he would have won the entire thing. But it's like 30 minutes spent on an electrocution kill, and I was like, I don't want to watch this happening. I don't want to spend any more time on it. Get me out of here.
Makes sense.
So yeah, this really could be like, you know, straight to Undertaker, because you can make Alexa in the Undertaker if you do it. If you manage to get Undertaker in time, you can go straight to the Undertaker from the garden start, get to the sky, and go straight back to Alexa and get her in time. And I don't know whether this is en route to that.
Oh wait, need to check the participant. No, wait. So there is no. Yeah, the participant link has no case file condition or file condition. So it was just wondering what Red Fox meant by that.
Yeah.
So as long as the kill is fine, which is something for me to consider for the new event, but as long as they aren't officially RR rules and as long as meme doesn't add these new ones, I think it's fair for us to just not go with them just yet, but of course in the future.
Yeah, so there's 3 scissors on the map. One is in that lawyer's office, and then the other 2 are next to Alexa Carlisle's bedroom in her bathroom, like closet. I think that's all that is, just based off the hip maps. So you know, it's not really out of the way to where you would just normally isolate Alexa. I mean, to see Red Fox doing the work I just did, bringing up hit maps to just where they are. So my description wasn't good enough, which it probably wasn't good enough. You can now see on Red Fox screen. where they are.
Alright, after everything is centered, in my opinion, it's nice that apart from, like most players have short names which like 6 letters and can fit it in the middle, so I think it's set up for this 5-player second half, and apart from Mikola restarts, everyone is so close, and Red Fox will be the first one who finishes. Giannini quickly behind. It's kind of expected in Dartmoor, but I mean, it's not made to be actually obnoxious, and Blythe dies to combat.
Observing me, Red Fox even, sorry, has just managed to sneak his way out, getting the, got it, I think it was the tokens, and escapes first and gets that important 14 points that I was talking about earlier, which, can put even more pressure on Blythe and extend his lead further. Is tying as well, being, what, 220 something, I think I saw. At the same time, yeah, 227. Let me see. Giannini exits slightly later with a 247. Red Fox with that early lead.
Yeah, Red Fox
in-game time.
Red Fox is guaranteed to catch up by 7 points due to the first finish, and then comes down to in-game time. So Blythe loses a bit of his lead, but of course can take some back with the in-game time rules. Sorry, I want to ask that. Is the observer still going on your end?
Huh? No.
Okay,
I
so
moved the streams about a little bit, and I had a Red Fox stream on the observer's name. It just confused me, and I completely forgot observer had left. Then that was just me, just a bit of roulette brain, if you will.
Yeah, no worries, because I was just a bit scared because it is now the 5-stream system, and then if observer still plays for the map, then it would be rude for me to not include. But then it is 5 then, and everyone is guaranteed to get some points as long as they finish.
Yeah, and Jokerj Punk as well, finishing with that some points. Third best with the in-game time as well. Racking the points up, we are seeing a bit of a class at the top here. So I'm sure when Blythe finishes, he'll be 6 points off Red Fox. So even if he does get that second, if he gets a quick time on the Giannini, he will be level on points with Red Fox.
Blythe shooting everyone and should have the scissors. Oh yeah, in the adjacent room. So I think at least this part will be challenging, which I imagined at the start. So after the Alexa ISO, probably going for the scissors here or going for a safer one further away from the target. But Blythe now has the scissors, and I think we'll be slotting in between Red Fox and Giannini. If it's 220 now. Should be before 247, which is Yanni's time at the moment.
Red Fox is a big buffer as well on my end.
Yeah. Same here. We only catch the very important frames for him, and he clutches us up to win Dubai. And Blythe is out with 251.
Yeah. So again, that puts puts Blythe at a level with Red Fox. So yeah, it's getting interesting at the top there as well. Giannini as well, only 11 points off. Punk only 19 points off as well. So because the real cluster happened at the top here.
Yeah, they will be catching up, and especially with the point system. Yeah, nice Red Fox offline. At the moment, Red Fox and Blythe are tied on 59. If I'm not mistaken, but of course every one finish can change it, and every improvement from the 5 of them will switch up the order. Yanni dies at the moment, but had the kill down and just needed the case file with less than 2 minutes on his clock, so would have been quicker than Red Fox, who is now offline, which just in case he's not aware, but he's back already for me, so no typing here. Jokerj has the case file, is in the bodyguard disguise, so he will be going to this cemetery for the funeral to get the Undertaker, and then probably go back for Alexa, who should be isolated already. I think.
Yeah, Punk with a perfect time out on my end as well, so I'm completely missing what he's been doing lately. This same time on your end, but I'll come back and he's killing everyone, so that's nice. He has managed to grab the scissors. I'm guessing we'll see that kill on Alexa. Yeah.
And then everyone will be trying to improve from their previous times. Punk will try to go under 3 minutes. I think it won't be this run, but it will be close. 2:53 getting the second objective. And which will keep him 4th, but with the second round finished, gives him more experience to optimize for further runs. It's a 3:12.
That does better his time. Doesn't give him doesn't give him any extra points at the moment, however, but I'm sure he'd be easily be able to better on that. Like for a replan here, I'm guessing he's just trying to work out how he can do this quicker. Rashford's buffering a lot, so we can't actually see what he's doing much. What I know he has the Undertaker disguise and scissors. I don't know if he's already killed Alexa, but yeah, it seems like he's running for everyone.
It looks like a new quickest time, 2:10 on my end when catching the keys, and it will be a 2:17 upon finishing, and another 10-second improvement.
He buffers so much on me. Just go and refresh.
Mikuler is back at Alexa and gets the kill. Had the objective already with the case file.
Yeah.
So we'll see this last. We'll see all 5 of them finish at least once now with the 7 points.
Now it's just going to be like a scramble to see who can get the quickest in game time. Currently, Rashford's going to lean on 30 seconds on that regard. So I'm guessing he's just going to be trying to bear that time, by a couple of seconds. That can really be the difference here. But I'm guessing that we're going to start to figure out that there's like similar strats, and we're going to see a lot of like 220s now. Would be my one guess to what we're going to start seeing.
Yeah, and I wonder what the final winning time will be. Once again, I think the 2 minutes is the final barrier, which seemed a bit easier. Where Red Fox made it a bit easier in Dubai. Of course, the one target map would say it could be even shorter, but we'll see about that in the next 19 minutes. And Mikulers has the finish with 7:25 for 7 points.
And that 0 mission score is really what this is all about.
Yeah.
You're running through, killing everyone,
You know you did it right when you end up with 0 points.
Okay. I think my one goal, if I was playing this, I wouldn't care about winning. As long as I can get 0 mission score on every map, that'd be my 1 W.
Consistency is key.
Exactly.
Punk at 220. And just one of the last guards ending his run. He was already approaching Alexa. Yanni also dies. Red Fox is in a situation as well, missing a couple shots. He's very low on health, and Red Fox also dies. It's a nice killing streak by the guards at the moment. Leaving Mikuler and GK Punk at the beginning of their runs, and Blythe approaching Dimension as the Undertaker. Blood is going for tokens. I think it was a time change. So the replan meant that he went for fast forward instead of regular. Alright? Yeah, she's at the meeting now, so makes sense. But then where that other scissor is, other pair of scissors, is a good question, because if it's too far away, then
they're around
quite
this area
hard to
here, I
get.
just think. There are a lot of guards here, he's gonna be in combat very soon, so like, he's in this room here, I just can't see him escaping this alive, you know.
Yeah, I think he's on a reconnaissance just to find the scissors, because yeah, otherwise I'm not sure. I think in general, if you have to go to the lawyer's room, then it's a bit far away.
It's the other way around. I do think the current strat we've seen like Red Fox and everyone else doing is definitely the quickest strat and what will get you more points in this.
Yeah, one target map, I think you just have to brute force it through. But I mean, Bloods, of course, with the right idea, trying to find out different approaches and see if one happens to be much faster.
Yeah. So if he can crack that and get the extra point, they'll then put in front of Red Fox, you know, and give like one less point to Red Fox, which could really be the difference as we start advancing this.
Yeah, so as things stand with game this close, it's probably a case of Blythe versus Red Fox in terms of in-game times, and they are racing each other to steal points from each other and get more points from there, and of course that would require to finish, and it's a huge boost if you can be the first finisher. So it might just be the winning move if someone can snatch a map win. Halfway there now soon. And Reapers is in combat. I think it's the very top of the mansion, and I'm not sure if it has a good angle on anything at the moment.
He has a garden fork though, so you know he could be find that guy. No, garden forks can cause a bit of damage, especially in these 80% things. Life is running through the map as the Undertaker, so I'm guessing he's gone back to the original strat what we saw everyone else do. Red Fox is even more buff, so I'm gonna refresh him again, just to see what he is doing.
I guess the absolute fastest strat won't be that obvious, or it will require some very specific routing.
But I can't just see anything quicker than what we're seeing being done right now by Red Fox and that. I do think, you know, grabbing the Undertaker straight away and then running up to Alexa is like the quickest thing you can do, you know.
Yeah, Red Fox
possibly getting the tokens or something like that, maybe on the map might be quicker than doing the case file, but it's right there, you know. I don't.
Yeah, a drop is so powerful, and if you don't have to go for tokens and there's the case file, it's too good. Red Fox today, a rare rip, mistyped the code, 1985 instead of 75, but he is looking to improve on the 217, which is in the lead by half a minute at the moment. Oh, but not for long. Yanni cannot pick up the case file. I think it wasn't going to be a 217, but quite unfortunate.
Yeah, it would have been quicker, definitely. Obviously, wasn't it? Because if you come out there, it doesn't matter, because you can just you get the drop down, and you're home and dry, basically. You know, in non-trespassing area, and you know, all you have to do is get the keys and run. And if they come back left of the mansion, they can't get down quick enough, you know. So having Yanni, if he managed to pick it up, would have been fine and safe. Unfortunately, he misses the pickup and dies. So if Pidgey's still there, add another death onto Yanni's death hammer.
Let's focus it more buffers and nothing. So I think this is quite similar for half an hour. We won't see many different approaches.
I feel like Red Fox just can't think of anything too quick. I feel like I don't think there is anything you can do quicker for this. I've had a network error.
Yeah.
Which could be.
Doesn't sound good, but
Offline. If you want to ping him.
yeah, offline
He's
now.
Offline. In the meantime, GK Punch escapes with a 307. Again, Cricket better in his time, as he already has. Blythe's just running through the mansion now, I'm guessing, to try and get to the scissors and get Alexa dead. Missed a couple of shots on the guard, but he should be fine just to start shooting up everyone and go get the scissors and try and escape. 1 minute 43, and this is the time where we usually see people pick up the case file. So it is almost like if we do the time comparison, look how Yanini is what? Again, roughly the same thing, but we see Red Fox going. He is slightly 20 seconds ahead in that regard. So Red Fox, I think he climbs on the pipe. I don't know what he does. I can't exactly remember. Yeah, Blythe on the kiss file now at 2:010 should be getting it. Yeah, picking up at 2:010. It's gonna be a straight run to the exit. See if he can bear his time. Then better Giannini's time to try and get that extra point, so he can get the extra point. He desperately needs to take the lead.
Ooh, Blythe dies at 2 minutes 25 seconds.
That's unlucky.
And just a couple of seconds away from exit.
Yeah, and that would have given him the lead as well. I think he would have been close to 2:30ish. So that would have bettered Giannini's time and given him that lead.
Synchronized running as the Gardener for Blythe and Giannini, synchronized running as the Undertaker for Red Fox and GK Punk. Obviously it's very similar at the start. Mikler is up in the office and we'll be getting the first objective, the tokens, the case file. I'll switch up the two. And then I think it's the same strategy for him to get the Undertaker and then back here for the kill. Which is not as quick as the direct approach. Oh, Miklos has this guy, so my bad about that one.
Well, it doesn't need to be the Undertaker disguise to get the case file. Just needs that for the Alexa when she comes up here.
Good work, 47. That's the file on Arthur Edwards secured.
There's a kill on another guard, and then yeah, Alexa is in target lockdown in the tiny room, so Mikler will be fine unless I'm. Oh, my bad. I think she's a floor below or a couple floors below. Thought it would be on the minimap, like in that room. But Mikler will have to approach him a bit closer. And Yanni in that room, clearing it 147. Kill on Alexa at 150.
Yes, this could be close
to beat.
But he has a lot of guards there and he is wasting some precious time shooting it. Obviously, if he doesn't shoot them, he will die. He looks very low on health though. So if he escapes, this is a question to be asked, and unfortunately he does not survive, and that will be another unfortunate restart. And at the same time, Riffle does as well. So we're synchronized, really.
It's quite intriguing risk versus reward, this spin at least, because you will end up in that room with a quick kill, but in combat with lots of guards. So Mikler in combat, and we'll have to get rid of that guard who's luckily turned away from him. Mikler will live for another minute at least. Red Fox and Blythe doing the same thing. Red Fox punching at 31, Blythe as well. Just a couple of second in-game time difference. Yanni changes it up a little. He picks up the silence pistol, which won't be as accurate, but it will help him with these shootouts.
Obviously, Mikla's running to the exit. What's 7-ish, 15? I'm guessing is what he's gonna get. So he's gonna bet his time already by 7:15. Unfortunately, I give him any extra points as it stands. You know, he's still showing confidence to actually better his time. Which was good to see. And he picked up the scissors at 140. So I just think Red Fox's mansion route is definitely was the quicker thing here. Yanni does have to aim just so he doesn't accidentally shoot Alexa.
So many guards there. I'm not sure what even the best situation would be. Is there any non-pistols to be picked up? I don't think so. It would be only on that guard in the window guarding the case file. Otherwise, it's just pistol aiming, which is quite unfortunate. Punk is getting a quick disguise. I think he wanted to start suit 4 for fast forward.
Can you hear me? Just disconnect. I don't know if everything's working.
I can hear you now.
Right, good. Because yeah, you're on silent for a bit, then I just got kicked. I was like, what's happened? So yeah.
Oh, I guess Discord doesn't want us to like connect or something.
I think it's fine. I think it's just in at my end.
But yeah, welcome back. 5 minutes to go, and we had, of course, the Mikulas finish, but since then, just more approaches with the high risk and high reward, but low finishing rate so far. And Yanni, up these pipes, will be approaching from the... like, not quite the hidden door, but he can open a hidden door with that, and I think that will be where the kill will be made. And he still has the cane in hand.
But yeah, Red Fox gets there so quickly that he's able to just take out the guards without anything being heard. And that's why he's able to get there so quickly.
Yeah, it matters a lot.
Low. Oh, don't buffer now, Red Fox.
That's a perfect worst ever timing for buffer, yeah.
Yeah, so he's opening to grab the case file, taking a lot of bullets, and manages to get the jump off. Wow, he takes lots of bullets. Is he on professional difficulty, or is that just my eyes deceiving me?
Oh, that is professional. Oh, that's very good too.
Because I was saying he was taking a lot of bullets there. Yeah, he is on professional difficulty. I've grasped up red. I feel so bad. Oh my god, I've grasped him up. He is on red. He is. So that's pretty explaining why he's taking so many bullets. So
well, that means
so
watch out.
Has he been on professional the entire time? Or...
Well, we have to check it back.
I will help in that regard. I've probably just grasped that red fox.
Yeah, that's...
yeah, well, that's my bad, Red Fox. Don't hate me, please.
I mean, yeah. Well, I also should have put it earlier.
Well, it's better to realise now than what at the end where, you know, everyone watches back, we've said Red Fox wins, you know. It's better to realise now, and Red Fox still has one shot if he starts now at the entrance. I switched it to Pro to Chess, so he should be fine.
Yeah.
From then on.
Oh, Red Fox had Pro in all of Dartmoor.
All of Dartmoor. So that's going to be Blythe taking a big advance on Red Fox.
The 217 was not before he switched to Pro. I mean...
Yeah, better check him. Better be saying sorry, no. Yeah, superstitious Red Fox. Oh my god.
Well, the 227 is on Pro. It's quite unfortunate for us, and there's no exact way to make this fair other than just take it away from him. Yeah, just switching through the 217 is definitely a pro.
Ooh. See, that's probably why he was able to get through the extreme so quickly, without taking damage, as we saw Unini struggle with, for example. Yeah, very unfortunate on his end.
So Blythe improves to 229.
Yeah, that gives him the best in-game time as well. Who would have finished first if Red Foxes didn't count?
Yanini.
Yeah, Unini. So Unini would get the extra points.
Yeah, and with 50 seconds to go, I think it's only fair. It's really on me for not realizing earlier, sadly.
It's hard to tell, really. Of course, having 5 streams on at once, they do get pretty small. And the only reason I checked, was because he took a lot of bullets getting the case file. So
yeah,
it's unfortunate on his end, but at least we saw it now than what on bloody map 7, for example. We have to go through it all again. But yeah, his I'm just checking out. His Dubai was on Master difficulty, so everything else was fine before that. Obviously, he went on to New York and was playing out on professional difficulty, so that's probably where we saw that change come in.
Yeah, plus also you change it every map for every mission, so I think it's just one map issue, but
that's it. That's going to change the results by a bit. You only need to get the extra 7 points and an extra point for the second quickest thing, but then I'd like to get 1 extra point as well for the quickest finish. So yeah, it gives Blythe 8-point lead on Red Fox, and then a 6-point lead on Unini. And that extends his lead. But if Unini with another map win, it's gonna make things interesting up there.
Yeah, just making sure it's adjusted now, but we can't give anything to Red Fox, and then with the points change the in-game time order also changed, and I think this is now up to date. I will show it once I find OBS and after I spin map number 6. Surely it cannot be another season 3 map. Surely.
Or small. Just don't be New York, man.
It's actually ending on Mendoza.
Oh. Love that. You love a bit of Mendoza.
It's actually... yeah, so now we had Dubai, Dartmoor, Berlin, Chongqing and Mendoza. All 5 of the season 3 maps are now in this one. As well as Haven Island. So the 6 last maps of this trilogy are added here. Well, then this will happen at a bit after 52, I think a 5-minute fine again, right? 52 plus 5 is 57.
Yeah. Yeah, so with that Red Fox thing there, it gets very, very interesting at the top up there.
And yeah, now it's all updated here, and Blythe has a 6-point lead over Yanini, and GK Punk 20 points behind, Red Fox 23 behind, Mikular 29 behind with 2 more maps to go, and 51 points to score, I think, because 21 in Mendoza and 30 in the last map. And at least this means that we won't have a season 3 final map It makes it all the more likely that it's in season 1 where master mode is enhanced the most. A surprise chain. Yeah,
Just
that's a good idea.
what's that gonna be? Bloody, Arthur Edwards is bloody. What's that in the research area? What's the furthest away melee on train as the
Wow,
suit? That's
like the
stupid.
doctor, but I'm not sure, like Providence doctor. Or Sasso, yeah. Just make it, I don't know, pistol. Not even sure if you can get a pistol. But
Yeah, there are pistols in the map around there from the guards. But yeah.
Yeah, so Yanni did catch up after this, mostly because of this Red Fox situation, and without that we would have seen, of course, Red Fox be up there. I guess it can still happen in Mendoza, for which I have to find something quite interesting now.
Hopefully nothing requires the old remote message device, I keep mentioning that we got absolutely baited by Pidgey. What was it, a couple of days ago now, where he threw his remote device and we thought it was just some huge brain thing that Pidgey was doing, but it turned out afterwards he just threw it.
Yeah,
so,
eluded me for a long time.
Yeah, if Pidgey never said something, we would have thought he was out of this world with that player. But Pidgey, you've ruined it. You've ruined it. We go back to Pidgey small brain now.
Alright, I think. Yeah, this is. Oh, I mean, is this obnoxious? Is this, or is this just hard? I mean,
send me. I can verify. I love Mendoza, as everyone knows.
I mean, sure, I can send it to you. Meme also said that he's already sleeping now, so.
Yeah, Meme's offside. Yeah, that's nice.
Nothing about this is banned, and
no, nothing about that is.
Could make it another step more tedious. So I think it's fine for lapsing. So it's brilliant reactions to the season 3 overhaul.
Oops! Ooh, hit my frame ups. Yeah, what was everyone here think makes a hard, or not hard, intermediate Mendoza? Oh yeah, 1 minute 20 to the spin. Easy change miking up the voltage. Yeah, that's just a cringe way to do it though. Sending them to the bathrooms. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, of course, it being in this you have no loadout as well, so that restricts you from having that taser being brought in. I think there's a car battery somewhere on this map. Mistake me if I'm wrong.
Should be.
Yeah, there is.
So I wonder, what's the reason why?
There are things, and there are car batteries on this map. If it is a electrocution kill.
I guess we'll find out in 15 seconds, which will be your turn to show us. I think as you already know it now, so it will be.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to this.
4, 3, 2, and 1. Don't bug. It hasn't bugged. Say we have done electrocution. When I saw Pidgey put done electrocution, maybe I smirked to myself, man. So we have electrocution as the chief winemaker, and Tamara Fool as the gaucho. So Pidgey's a good prediction there.
That was brilliant. Yeah.
I was just there like, oh no, Pidgey's got it.
Yeah, and I did check everything you guys talked about before it was mentioned. It was going to be probably the car batteries from Gaucho Start. It kind of works well with the two together. And then of course the waiting 3 minutes for Dawn to unfreeze. I think Chris would then mean the microphone strat, because I can also see the car battery here in the bathroom, especially from Gaucho Start. I think I would just, you can't set it up, but you can place the the carpenter there, and then as Gaucho get to Tamara.
Yeah, and of course, Gaucho being one of the disguises, and the car battery being close, it does almost line up for a Gaucho start. Of course, we are seeing like the meta way it starts for the tomorrow, so you can just dump her off here and there.
Alright, Red Fox with an interesting start. Going to kill some targets near Tamara, and she's already locked down. Okay, Red Fox is just suspicious. Even on Master, you don't get illegal action with the sniper. But I'm curious where this will go for him. I guess I can add sound to him instead of some combat sounds from whoever else. But Tamara is not going towards the cliff. I was going to say that may be very good for him, but no, Red Fox will be shot down here.
He's gonna get gunned down. And he's a master, so he will die quickly now.
The Dawn Freeze is, of course, a nice question for Chief Winemaker spins, and as Chris mentions, there is Chris reminds me that because it's any percent, there are other methods to do here. Of course, just kill the Chief Winemaker and probably ends the mission story. I would tend to agree there. And after a replan, Red Fox will be starting with the Chief Winemaker. And I think these are the two main approaches. I would have started Gaucho as well, which only Red Fox did. I guess, how should I say? Waiters are too strong, as we can see 4 players running as Waiter.
Yeah, no, Waiter is definitely really good because you get Tamara by a place where you can just dump her, and then you can get bomb knocked out and dragged into the bedroom for an execution kill.
I never knew about the Dawn Freeze. I'm just not good at Mendoza, I guess. That it was it. The thing that Freeze is done is when the Chief Winemaker gets back his clothes, which wouldn't happen once the Chief Winemaker dies. The microphone would be counted as well. I couldn't disallow. Personally.
Yeah, that's an execution, I feel like. Well, it is really, isn't it? It's a Branson 2D microphone. I think other targets. It's on Bangkok, isn't it? He can kill Jordan. I don't know if that counts as an execution for Jordan. If it does, then you really have to count this. But sometimes you see things as any, but it is an execution kill. I feel like at least. If Yanini gets spotted trespassing, runway, so he's getting combat, but he should be able to dodge this pretty well and get a Gatcher to start from this area. One
probably.
coin harvest will be a subdued or a fist fight.
And I'm curious if any of them are isolated here. It's looking good for him. Gets a question mark from that one. Turns into a peekaboo, perhaps? No, not. Oh, yeah, it does just a bit delayed for Yanni. Oh, but the other one catches him. Ooh, quite a situation. Now 2 of them have the exclamation mark, and it won't be easy to escape here.
Yeah.
But Yanni playing it smart and safe, I think, with the leave the trespassing area with the escort mechanic, which I think is never used in SA competitions.
Well, so you wouldn't be able to get the skies from here as well. I don't think anyone is in this tunnel either. Close combat as he does a GRB on the stairs, but he should be able to grab the skies and just run out of there.
I have to mute for 1 minute again, but I will return and stop the monologue. I just have to go now.
Fun has not muted his mic. I'll try and talk loudly just to cover up the conversation he's currently having. Yeah, so Blythe, in a nice position here, 4 minutes 40 seconds in. Him, Red Fox, both having their kill down onto Tamala. And I'm sure the next goal here is going to be getting the Brant's the microphone for the kill, possibly, or going towards Chief Winemaker. See Blythe getting this guys right now.
Alright, so
You
first
forgot to mute your mic.
runs for everyone. Sorry?
You forgot to mute your mic, so we could slightly hear you in the background there, but everything's fine. No, you did not mute. It's
God
fine.
damn it.
I'm an ignorant bastard. I only speak English, so I couldn't tell what was saying anything.
Oh, wait, yeah, I realize now. I muted in OBS, but I didn't mute in Discord. Okay.
That's what I was.
Live flashed in front of my eyes.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, to what Pidgey said, you could literally get the microphone, place that down, then go kill tomorrow and get the Chief Maker while you're waiting for Don to get down. That's always an approach that's doable. We've mostly seen the same thing from, Punk, Red Fox, and Blythe. Red Fox managed to lock down Don here. He's in combat with a lot of mercenaries around.
And with loud guns, this will spread a bit.
Yeah. If he can get out of this, fine. Wow. He shot Don a lot, so he must be pretty low. On health.
Yeah, he might die any moment now.
Though. Good. So yeah. In combat as well again, yeah, that's gonna be dying. Unfortunately.
This is a good place for electrocution as well, I think, because you don't need a car battery here. I think you can sabotage some of this. It's like a water and then you can electrocute it. So good call by Red Fox, but it probably won't give him a first finish because all 4 of his opponents have tomorrow down. All 4 of his opponents are 5 to 7 minutes into the run. And 2 in the Chief Winemaker discounts, the 2 are still gouches, but looking good for a finish.
Killer gets spotted putting on the disguise though, so he is in combat, so this could be a bit of an issue for him here. Back to the hunting area, so it should be fine. I think he's set up the Don kill already, so he should be able just to wait at the exit and wait for Don to die. Meanwhile, Blythe has a car battery in hand. Go kill these mercenaries here. I don't know what the approach is going to be here. Yeah, not much of a Mendoza expert much, but yeah, this banana tactic onto the winemaker has seemed to be the most common thing. It gets him down without any sound, and so nice, quick way to do it, really.
Now all 4 of them in the Chief Winemaker disguise, and all 4 of them are carrying the car battery. This is amazing to see, by the way. I think Blythe is closest to that Dawn bathroom, and it looks very good for him to get those 14 points. Yeah, Dawn is in there. The water is already placed. Surely that will electrocute him. Oh, I think the water, there isn't enough water in that puddle. There we go, Blythe electrocutes Dawn after a scare, and I don't see
that's gonna be him. Doesn't have the car keys yet, but they're right there. Does he? We have to wait for the exit to open. But yeah, it should be fine just to run to the exit. He's only in a trespassing area, so he won't go straight into combat. So yeah, it's gonna be Blythe escaping first and get them crucial 7 points he needs, to extend his lead on Yanini.
Yeah, I think this is really big, and I guess we'll see what matters or what this means for the competition. 8:43 for Blythe, first finish, but more importantly, that 14 points. And we'll see what this means for in-game times soon. Of course, I don't think these first runs would be much quicker, otherwise they would have beaten him RTA as well. But Yanni gets the car battery up to the balcony. GK Punk is now in the room with Dawn. Should be a kill in a couple of seconds, and will take the in-game time lead. And Yanni and Mikula is also close to finishing.
Yes, we've seen a lot of the same things, really, getting Tamar straight from the way at start and then going, I saying Tamar getting the gouge of disguise, and doing all that, then getting this electrocution kill to Dom. on here. So I don't know whether or not Red Fox is obviously doing something different, as you like to see.
8 flat for GK Punk, the second finisher of the map. And of course the current quickest run. Yanni will end up with a close to 9-minute first try as well. 8:52 to be exact. As Mikuler needs to get through one more guard in combat, but now turns on the tap and will get a kill on Dawn, as Red Fox with the overflow strategy. It's one that we haven't talked about before.
And that's smart as well, because it does count execution. It does kill everyone there, which is why you don't really see much at normal at tournaments. But it being an 8%, it does get the job done quickly as well. Because it takes them more than a minute and a half to get there. So if you just have the car actually there ready to throw in or to shoot the socket, you've done that kill pretty quickly. I don't know whether or not you can isolate tomorrow in that time, possibly. So this could actually be on the quicker side of things. And if you start Waiter possibly and get tomorrow down early, this could definitely be a quick strat indeed.
Yeah, really impressive. I think that's by far the quickest strat. I'm not sure if we will see any quicker strats as well. I think because it's mission story, you can do it essay, only killing Dawn as well, but Dawn is a bit stuck, it seems.
Yeah, he stands there for a bit, shouting at everyone. What? Red Fox, if he was a bit patient, he could have got that. They're going into combat. He does walk into it, go over the bridge, then go back down into it. So Red Fox have been a bit patient there to avoid combat. It is going to put him possibly dead. He's getting shot a lot, yeah. So I think a bit of patience there could have been better for Red Fox. But yeah, it's a good approach indeed. I don't want him to change it up. I just want him to be a bit more patient on that Dawn kill at the end.
I hope he doesn't change as well, because yeah, I think he can see the in-game times. He should just get this one as a baseline. Yeah. Doesn't matter how long it takes for Dawn. I think Red Fox will make it even quicker to the same room now, and then get them closer, and then do something with Tamara. But binary starts means that you can't do that type of kill. The usual waiter type of isolation on Tamara.
Yeah, so Red Fox appears to be doing the same thing again, which I like. Just hopefully is a bit more patient on the side in terms of the Dawn kills. So he does stand there shouting at everyone for letting it happen, and then moves on to one of the metal things, one of the metal bridges. Shouts a bit more, than does move down. So he does probably have time to go and get a gouge just guys or something along them lines. There is obviously one being up here. I don't know about I say Tamara, but he does trigger the chief winemaker conversation, so she might go down. I'm not sure if it's too early for her to start moving down, which could prove a bit of an issue, especially with a full kill if he does get all the way down to the vineyard.
I guess everyone on their second runs now. Punk with a different timing with the waiter. And gets a Dawn down, but Valentina exits and will be spreading that panic. Punk is dragging him down as there's a mercenary right there, and yeah, they get into combat. I'm not sure if what kind of electrocution can be done down there, but I think it's going to be the same bathroom, just a bit more dragging.
Life chooses not to carry Dom. This is a very interesting approach from him. There are lots of mercenaries here, so I don't know if he can get out of this alive, really. Gets knocked onto Dom. There are a couple of faucets around here, I think. So he could be safe in that regard to get an electrician killed that way.
what a nice place for Red Fox to get the Tamara 4 kill. It was one of these staircases. I don't think it's an actual staircase, but a similar structure with the made out of copper.
You can't boost over them, so they count stairs in my book.
Yeah.
And in that time, he has the winemaker disguise here, so this could be very quick for Red Fox.
Oh yeah, instead next to this gaucho, indeed. And depends on what Don does, but I think this is the actual quickest time to get in down here, so.
And he goes straight, he basically goes straight to this as well, so this is like the quickest you can get from down here. All you have to just turn it on and shoot the plug. That's going to be Tom dying, and he could get, he gets a crime notice compromised, but he should be fine just to run straight out here.
Surely he stays alive. Surely he finishes possibly the quickest way to do this.
Wow, Red Fox. Take a bow, man.
Sweep 52.
Wow. That is amazing.
That almost broke the sheet in the process. It is less than half the time of the second place finisher currently. I wonder what the others think at the moment with 12.5 minutes to go.
You've seen one 8:43, 8 minute, 8:52, 10:47, and a fucking 3:52.
That's the first
the man
reaction.
is crazy.
It is legit.
Wow.
It's amazing. And I did not realize, but Don has so many great electrocution spots, from the Branson to the bathroom, of course, this winery mission story, and the one with the wetsuit exit is also one. So it wasn't like, I don't think we expected this to be this open of a spin, but now it is, and Red Fox, amazing strategy.
That is crazy.
Well, this might just mean that the map is over. Well, we will play it out.
Top it now, man. It can't be topped.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are points to play for, especially on like Unini's end. If he can get the second quickest time and improve his time, and just get some more points on Blythe going into that final map. Of course, they being 10 points for finishing and 10 points for a map win. So points count now. They did at the start, you had like 5 points each, but this is where they really do matter towards the end here. Even them 2 points going into these 10-point maps could really be the things here. We have seen Unini change up a little bit. Starting in the vineyard and going straight for the car battery, which we did not see Red Fox do. We saw him not go for the wine spillage to get the electrocution kill, which we could see Unini do possibly. But it's just using the car. But it's going to use the car battery for that for that kill in that regard.
Wow. Yeah, not much to say after that. Mikular is closest to a finish, and he's currently last in terms of in-game time, so if he can get the winemaker quick enough, which he cannot with the double distraction, it's a bit difficult because it's the workers inside who react. But if it was a briefcase, things would be easier. But speaking of that, there is a briefcase in this room. It's a toolbox, but I think it has the same properties, which would be then seen by the chief winemaker.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does.
But Miku gets the disguise either way, and I think just going for the carbattery now for a nice improvement on his run. Blythe with a different order of kills. 4.5 minutes in, he got the Dawn kill down, and we'll be going for a Gouch disguise, possibly through these two guards, which can spell trouble, especially if the other two are looking towards him. And Jokerj's laptop has crashed, so we will continue alone for a couple more minutes. Yeah, it's all good. We'll continue it for a while. It's an okay map to have a break on, because Red Fox's 352 has left anyone speechless, I think. Yanni with the torch for a melee item, it's also illegal, so probably raises his suspicion even more. And has to restart eventually, and Mikular will be throwing his way into the trespassing area, and just those two to get rid of. Otherwise, he is in the mansion. We'll be using the pipe to get up there, and Mikular's previous best time is a 10 minutes 47 seconds. We'll be improving on that significantly. Beyond that, Blind and Yanini are in the first minute of their runs. GK Punk in the third of his, looking for an item to KO people with, and I think that will be isolation on the Chief Winemaker. Jokerj gets the electrocution kill, and it won't be a sub 9, but his sub 11 will be significantly improved. Will be the 5th best time. Will remain the 5th best time for now. With 6 minutes and 45 to go, I think it's also an early break for Mikular's. Unless, of course, he has an idea about the Dawn Electro, which Red Fox crazily done, and I expect players when taking a break to start asking that very soon. Beyond that, with 6.5 minutes to go, Punk definitely has this run to finish, and Yanni and Blythe will have to hope that they can optimize their ones quite a bit, otherwise it will be close, but it is the last run for them as well. Blythe clearing out the area to get the Chief Winemaker. 159 when he gets there. And he'll be rushing to Dawn's area. I think our sound was on Red Fox. No? Yes. So I can change it to Blythe, for example. And then we have some more now again. Two and a half minutes into his run. Yeah, I think Blythe was the player who approached this from the garden. Or he caught up with Dawn there, which also has the faucets and the lamp, which can be sabotaged. People on Master just so attentive to sounds. You would never see anything like that on Pro. It just keeps surprising me. For Blythe, for example, with the mercenaries in the evil vine cave.
Should be back. Hello, everyone.
Hey, hello, Joker again.
Yeah, no, I don't know what happened. Just everything stopped working. Every stream stopped, and I can hear you. And I just went, oh, nothing will work. It's that easy. I don't think anyone's better Red Fox's time yet, it seems.
No, no one's even close. I like Blythe's situation now with, almost killing Dawn, but I think if he clears this one out, then he can turn on a faucet and then get this Dawn kill before the 4 minute mark, and it's just get the coach on the way for the Tomorrow Fall. It won't be Won't be 4 or 5 minutes, but it may finish in the next 4 for finish.
Yeah. And that will give him some, an extra point. It'll give him another point over Yanini, which could prove pivotal going into the final map next.
Yeah, and I think Yanni stopped because he's hit serious trouble. He's not in combat, not dying, but Tamara is down here at the Vine Tour, and it's quite difficult to get any 4 kill from here.
I really can't be. Maybe like her and go up the stairs or something, but I can't see a way of getting her. Maybe doing the mystery, getting her into the Great Crusher, but I think that's just too long, really.
I just realized that as well, yeah. It might just be too long for next 3.5 minutes, and Yanni may stay on his 4th best run, like his best run, which is the 4th best currently. Which will be quite crucial for the remainder of the tournament. Blythe still without the electrocution kill, but now has the carberry in hand, and Dawn set up next to a puddle or in a puddle. Yeah, headshots or lock-ons always work for, or also work for electrocution, so nothing wrong with throwing it into Dawn's head. And Blythe's current best run is an 8:43. And realistically, he can get 1 extra position if he gets it sub 8, because Punky is 2nd with an 8 flat. And that's 2.5 minutes from now. But also the spin is finishing in 2.5 minutes. We are only looking at Blythe now. The last question of this map is, can he finish in under 8:00? He's in combat with a loud pistol.
Yeah, I can't see him getting out this really. There's so many gachos around.
And he would have to maybe pacify one to take his disguise and then get out of here, but it's just not looking promising, and Blythe is out, or Blythe is dead, and that is the final run for this map 6.
The Punk is on the menu, but I don't know if I was watching Punk there, and he got the Don kill, using the using what we saw Red Fox did, but he did it with the car battery got spotted throwing it, and then eventually had to died. But Jiggy Punch had the idea there to what Red Fox did, but Red Fox he optimized that so well. It's a stupendous run from Red Fox.
It was brilliant. So it will be it can be seen in the VOD, and of course will be we can't show it, or we won't show it in this stream, but will be seen for sure. In short, what he did is start winery, get the chief winemaker, overflow the fuel pumps, the wine pumps, to bring Dawn down. In the meantime, as Gaucho, he got a really nice kill on Tamara through the stairs kind of thingies as she went down to the tour.
Yeah, because she was going down to the tour because he managed to trigger the winemaker conversation, so that sent her down there, and he managed to get the Gaucho disguise and catch her on the way and then go back.
Yeah, and it was just perfect timing for both of these targets, and I don't think if you make this a mini comp or a week-long event, I'm not sure how much longer can this go. Red Fox figured it out perfectly.
The fact that he worked out within like 10 minutes, that's just crazy, like, wow.
Yeah, and the result did not change after that, obviously. I think the order didn't either, but it was nice to see a longer map for once, and this ends the 6th map of this event. Which leaves us with one. Which leaves us with no Season 3 maps, which leaves us without Dubai or Dartmoor. There is still New York, which I'm really worried about.
Still New York,
I guess we'll see if this is the most scuffed map pool of the Improv Royale history, or we'll have something fancy for the final map. We went past New York, we won't have that one, and we're going to Miami for the final map.
Nice. Miami's going to be interesting. Especially with what we consider hard kill conditions on the respective targets and like the hard sky. So I really think of a hard disguise that points out to me in Miami. Probably something like, you know, the Moses Lee that forces you to end the race or something like that, you know. Or you obviously do to get Sarah Hakar, but you know, something like that that can, you know, just it makes it a little bit more time consuming, if anything.
Yeah. We'll see if Meme has left us with any notes. Let's see that 7th map conditions. Round 7 is to be deliberately as obnoxious as possible. Loud, large weapons, hard disguise in the rare, lethal melees like fishing line and stethoscopes. No consume
Please be old axe where we knocked. It has to be something like that, you know, old axe where we knocked. Just because it is hard to transport that without a guard disguise all the way over, you know. So if you have like old axe Robert Knox as like, you know, a Kronstadt mechanic, for example, that forces you to go over and come back and things like that, you know, just and like probably like, you know, like a fucking loud kill on Sierra, just really obnoxious things again, like a disguise across the map or something like that. So, you know, things like that is what really makes these type of maps really obnoxious in there.
Yeah, and of course, obnoxious also, of course, means that it cannot be illegal or banned. For Miami, it is Fire Robert, Fiberwire, Sniper, and AR, and of course all silence weapons. If you can't find it on the map, then it's not allowed. Otherwise, it is all fair to go.
There are consumed kills, Blythe, because it states in the rules that poison Sierra's fluid bag counts as consumed poison.
I wasn't sure about that Blight either, but I think what it means in caps is that map 7 cannot be consumed poison. But regardless, I spun over along the early maps. I didn't want to see it.
Anyways, like it's not really hard to do. You know, after the race, you go to a paddock. You can always get her that way, which is my more conventional way of doing it. And think about it, actually, there's no, of course, there's been no loadout. I can't think of any lethal poison on them by Miami. Just off the top of my head, there probably is actually. Oh yeah, there is obviously in the by the medic start, there's a lethal poison pill jar there. So actually, that would be doable in that sense.
Just looking at the spin a bit more, and we'll be sending it in just a moment.
Yeah, if you need me to check over it, feel free.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just there's just a bunch of obnoxious things on Miami. You know, like old acts, for example. Maybe even something like Florida Man or things like that.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I'll show you in a second. So it's 22.33 cent spin. Yeah, just over 2 minutes. And yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that looks good indeed.
It's really strange to be on the side of like manipulating spins, but if it's the requirement, then and it has to be progressively more difficult, then yeah. So yeah, good luck.
So no, there's nothing doable, you know, especially allowed being 80% as well. So I don't think it'll be easier in that regard.
Yeah, that's a good part. So before we have 1 minute and 15 to talk about the standings real quickly, and we'll be mentioning to him as well very shortly. But the situation is Blythe leads by 14 points, and ahead of Giannini. And GK Punk and Red Fox are on 54 and 52, so that's 26 and 28 points apart. If they win with the best in-game time, that's 30 points for them. If Blight cannot finish, and Punk or Red Fox finishes with the best in-game time and wins the map, they still have the chance to win this. As well as Giannini, who doesn't need a whole lot, just take the map and finish with a quicker in-game time than Blythe. So that's basically the situation, but it's in Blythe's hands, that's for sure.
Blythe has to win the map. That's it. All he has to do is win the map. Because if he wins the map with the lowest in-game time, well, that puts him on 106 points. Doesn't it? Yeah, it puts him on 106 points. Yanini would then be on 96. Oh, wait. Have I done this wrong here? How many? No, he would be on 96 even. So if Blythe gets the worst in-game time, Yanini will have to win everything, including best in-game time, and finish first to just tie with Blythe. So Blythe just has to finish it for him not to lose. And so you can see the spinners here allows SMG's Aeon Driver onto Sierra Knox and Fulminor just a stream musician onto Robert.
And just mentioning to them one last time that Sierra has to be killed out of her car as always. So with that, it is the spin.
So I know obviously there's a lot of SMGs on the map. I'm guessing there'd be the HX10, which I know are now SMGs. That's my unfortunate. My unfortunate bias, and now that I know they are SMGs. So I think some of Robinox's guards have them. I think in this room here in particular there'll be someone here. Robinox would be interesting. I'm guessing it should. Ooh, Blythe has no melee, so he's gonna have to carry both these guards and get into fistfights here. If he manages to do it gets it without any sound as well, so we'll get the loud SMG as well. No, do they have shotguns or SMGs?
This one guard is, to my knowledge, the only one with the loud SMG guarding the stairs.
Yes,
but it's the one that I would go for, and I had to double check in my mind because I couldn't really find it on a map, but it is a loud SMG. It is possible. It's not on the banned list by meme. You can find it on the map.
Yeah. No, they are. Yanini gets the drive disguise, but he's gonna think the replan will be necessary here. You're starting Dolphin Fountain. Whether or not he thinks getting the streamers in disguise first is the option to go with here. Mikla in combat from getting the SMG. The guards can run through that door, so if they spot him down there, they can come out here. So he could be in a bit of trouble here, Life. I think he'll be able to run fine.
Mikla stuck here as a guard in combat will be tough to get out of, and once he does, I'm not sure if the pit stop is possible there though.
Yeah. Of course, one thing we never see with roulette is, and of course without Moses Lee an option, if you shoot Moses Lee car, that will end the race, which is an approach we never see. So we could potentially see destroying cars as a way to end the race and get Sierra out of her car. Obviously, it's either kill Moses Lee or you have to kill 2 other cars for that race to end in that way.
It would have escaped me, I think, or at least I'm not playing it. I couldn't remember, so I wonder how many cars will be shot in this half an hour.
Yeah, because of course these are very good roulette players. It's not an approach you think of once playing.
So I suppose Aeon Diver isn't the hardest of these guys, but I don't think there is one that really gets you in combat. But gets you compromised at least, and there's a chance that it will spread to other areas nearby, like the carriage or something. But I think, starting Vator, getting the Aeon Driver is one nice way to get this, but also the starting Fountain, getting the Street Musician. I guess we'll see which side is faster. We will see different approaches to this one.
Red Fox has decided to, get a really good Mendoza and just dip. End on a high here. he saw the man and was like, nah, I'll try end on a high.
Yeah. We'll probably end up with the most impressive spin of not just this event, but I think the last couple as well. But, and he could still win this actually, so I think he would want to play. Just it's not possible for him at the time being due to internet concerns or something else, but hopefully he will be back and hopefully If you still see him attempt this in the last 25 minutes of the day. Is that an extra Kronstedt bodyguard on Master in this garage, which Blight has just KO'd?
Yeah, no, he's certainly not there on a special difficulty.
Yeah.
That's a weird one, man. To have a cross security there. I guess because having Sierra come out there, that possibly could be like one reason behind that. But yeah, that's certainly like having extra bodyguards in the Hokkaido Mall, for example. Yeah, certainly on some things on Master, especially season 1. Master can be a bit of a pain sometimes, which unfortunately we have not seen today. You know, something like a Colorado would be very interesting. I would have liked to see.
It's such an amazing feeling to improv on season 1 maps. It's not meant to be today, but hopefully that means that eventually the next edition could have even more, as Yanni keeps locking down Bobby to different locations. I think the next one should be the aquarium.
Yeah, where we with the full object. Or he's just going to knock him out, and yeah, he's just going to knock him out and drag him underneath it.
Yeah, can't let him run for much longer because the combat part will begin, and it was also loud, so I think, yeah, on the minimap we can see the guards arriving. It will be difficult for Yanni to get to the aquarium, especially if the Ragdoll doesn't want to come.
Of course, using an out pistol, a bunch of guards are going to unfortunately come. Should be fine. Just
5 minutes and 48 seconds into his run, Blight gets his first kill, and if he gets the Robert kill and finishes before anyone else, it is most certainly guaranteed that Blight will win Improv Royale 5. But will he get there? Robert knocks. Falling Object Street Musician is what he's missing, and we also have Yanni on a run with the Robert kill down, and luckily for him, the guard with the SMG was here, so Yanni has the firearm now and just needs to get the Aeon driver and can very well catch up.
The Aeon driver is the one that it just roams across the rear bar, isn't it? So like you could get this, and this is like an Atlas little thing I like. There's something that Red Fox could potentially go off. You could get the SMG, right, and then while walking across the race marshal thing to get onto the other side of the track, shoot 2 cars, and then of course get Sierra out by just stopping the race, right? Potentially then go up to the VP area, get the Aeon driver, go up to the windows and shoot her while she's outside or in the paddock, possibly, if that's doable. Of course, it'd be very hard to escape from there, but there is a couple of guards. There is an approach you could potentially see here after getting the Robert Knox kill, which I'd love to see, really.
I am really interested in the angles, especially if it gets more optimized in the last 20 minutes. Blight now has the final disguise, and for Falling Object, I think he will just approach it with the mission story way, sabotaging the expo car, bringing him down and dragging to the aquarium. Oh, Red Fox was here with us, but the stream didn't work, I think. Yeah, he was off the whole time. I hope that he didn't get a finish there. I mean, he would have typed the match info. But he's back, and it's probably meant something like he ripped on his attempt or one of his attempts. And
this is why this is why you never on Discord appear offline during games.
Yeah.
Like if we ping him offline, if he's just online, you know, just always go online watch you're playing. It's a good tip.
Yeah, easiest for communication. So it remains the race between Blight and Giannini, not just for the first place of the tournament, but the first place of the map.
This is Red Fox is trying to end the race straight away. by shooting the cars and getting some MTKs. So, you know, this is almost what I said Red Fox could possibly do. I've also seen doing it a different way to what I said, but it's going to get Sierra out of the car very quickly. And he won't have time to get a ladder and G from somewhere. There might be one in the security room in the VIP area? Possibly. But I think there's only a shot right up there, so...
I'm really interested to hear others SMGs. I think it's only the one guarding the stairs.
I know there's no HX10s on the map.
Yeah.
Which are the only SMG I really know the name of.
So Punk also got it from a Kronstedt guard. It might be a few more than who has it.
Yeah.
But I guess it's top floor guards then in general, with only one being viable for roulette, for SA roulette, which is why we know about it.
You need to run out the run out the VIP carpet, red carpet. Shoot Sierra. There is obviously this one cross-eyed garden here, but it should be safe just to run and get medic disguise and exit medic and take the map first and take the map lead. You know, and taking that lead on Blythe, who we were talking about before.
Yeah, it's the battle has been won by Yanini, who catches up by 10 points, but 4 remain. And if we suppose, well, for the time being, with Yanni finishing and Blythe not having a finish, what was the finishing time? 8:26.
Yeah.
Virtually.
So this means he takes the lead at the moment. So if Blythe doesn't finish here, Yanini wins. It's getting interesting here. So yeah, so if Blythe finishes, he wins. So like, there's a lot of pressure here on Blythe, especially him seeing that if he sees that Yanni finishes, he's like, okay, I have to finish. So, like, do you just risk a 20-minute run here? Like, but he has Robert knocked out, doesn't he? So he has them disguised and everything. Gets the kill, and yeah, it's gonna be Blythe escaping. Fish exit, maybe. Possibly? No.
He's considering.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the fish.
It would have been the quickest exit, quite possibly. Did go the wrong way, so he used to get
yeah, just gonna go main. Gonna go main, and we'll end this. There would have been a a tie situation if Blythe's time is the slowest of the 5 and Yanni keeps his sweep, then it's exactly tied, but Blythe has won more maps than Yanni, which would be the first tiebreaker. When Blythe presses done there and types in chat, he officially becomes the winner of Improv Royale 5. There he is with 11:28.
That is Blythe winning Improv Royale 5. I mean, a tie could be nicer, you know. So if everyone else could finish and put them both on 96 points and having that tiebreaker element here would be amazing. But yeah, I mean, it's well played from Blythe. From as soon as I started watching, he looked very good on Berlin onwards. You know, he won Berlin, won Mendoza, and yeah, he looked very good on all of them. Got the quickest time on Dartmoor after Red Fox's unfortunate things, and he's just looked confident on every single map. You know, he hasn't looked like there's a single weakness to his game.
The most consistent player of the day, perhaps only tied by Chris X3, who didn't have the most consistent PC of the day. So it just sad that we couldn't see that rivalry through. We also
because after Berlin they were literally neck and neck. So if Chris was here, we could have had like a 3-legged race. And if Red Fox played Dartmoor on a master, we could literally have a 4-man race to first, which would have been very, very interesting. But unfortunately, things happened with HITMAN, and it wasn't to be today.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess what remains here is if we get to see something cool and fast from the remaining players. I think the order will be somewhat determined by now, but we'll still be rooting for every one of them as long as they enter. And there's what is that, an 8:26 to beat, which is by far the highest, I think. We've had a 4:10, then 2 minute. Berlin was sub 5. Everything was sub 5 today. So I'm sure there's some extra time to find in here. And Red Fox with the... What's that? He got the Robert kill? No, the Sierra kill he got. So just needs Robert, and 3.5 minutes into his run, he's promising to get a good time out of it.
47. The race is over. Sierra will be coming off the road any both targets down. Well done.
GK Punk will be the third finisher of this. It's not yet decided if third place finisher. I wanted to say it is between him and Red Fox at the moment, with Punk leading by 2 points before the map. It's 9:22. Yeah.
And that Punk finish does push Blythe down by 1 more point. Unfortunately, with the tiebreaker, he has already been confirmed champion, but having that, aspect that he managed to pull that back would have been amazing, and that puts.
Yeah, it's just for the final score. We can set it to be as close as possible. There is no way for Blythe to not win this. Yeah.
Red Fox the point. It's not GK Punk. You put it in Red Fox box.
Yeah.
So it's giving Red Fox the points on the.
Yeah, I gave it to the wrong one. Yeah. Long day, but now it's 19 points between them, and yeah, I guess we'll see if Red Fox can find something to overtake Punk. But yes, for Blythe, one more confirmation. Worst case scenario, or the closest scenario, is that you both finish on the same amount of points, which would be 96, I believe. But then the first tiebreaker is who won more maps, and by one we always mean the real-time attack first, and you have won 3 maps and Yanni have won 2. So it is over. Congratulations.
Yeah, well on Blythe, man. So he doesn't really have to play anymore. You can just soak it in, really, and that would be his second Providence win, I guess, after winning team at 3 with Throat.
Yeah, first individual win, first player to win twice. It's also true. And of course, quite a successful spring season for him, starting with the R7 PC Championship.
Yeah, Blythe at worst you win by tiebreak, and that's if Mikula and Red Fox both finish with quicker times than you. So there's no way you can lose. So yeah, well played, man. You looked very good throughout the entire thing from what I saw.
Yeah, I don't have detailed results, but I'm fairly sure Blythe has played this a lot and has gone deep in a couple improvs before. And so Chrome and I have won these previous events, so we have a new champion. Can't quite remember the previous finalists, sadly, so, but regardless, Blythe is now a winner of Improv.
I'll still take my crown, nearly beating him in freestyle roulette. Still no doubt my most best achievement I've had done in Hitman. It's just written down nearly beating Blythe.
Yeah, I made it really close.
But yeah, I mean, like, it's flaws, and like, I take away nothing from Unini and their players. Like, the Red Fox is Dartmoor and is bloody Mendoza. Like, the fact that Mendoza, the quickest time was more than double his. Like, oh, wow, it's just.
Yeah, just a league of its own in Mendoza. Yanini had a very interesting restart. I guess there's still 11 minutes of gameplay for us, at least to call. He definitely dragged Robert under the shark, and the shark fell and it didn't kill Robert, so hitbox being a bit funky there. I think the way to get this quicker is probably a quick Robert lockdown into getting that SMG quickly and then hopping over to the other side and get the Aeon driver. And the race with shooting the cars. Of course, not sure how quick that will be, and Red Fox is in combat as per usual. It's been working out for him quite well on a couple of these maps. He's looking for an angle to end the race by shooting some cars. He cannot do that.
But he was close. He was close to the dog. He could go up to the ladder barrel and shot him from up there, surely, right? Because I know you can shoot cars up there, so that would.
Actually, it's true. Yeah. Wonder what.
Based on my angle here.
Because it's really hard for us to catch it from random frames appearing, but we can kind of formulate a story. The Red Fox is just... He's not looking for the cars by looking at these couple frames here.
Yeah, but what he's already done in the chat, 547, so that's kind of been spoiled, really.
Oh, he did end the race already, I think, and
yeah,
Sierra is down there.
Sierra. Bro, I never expected to see that.
That
is impressive as fuck, Red Fox.
Without instinct, the long ranger, I hope his recording has more frames, because this is another big one from him.
His Mendoza and Miami have been cracked. So yeah, all Mikla has to do now, right, is finish. You know what? He's got the SMG. If he can get the AM driver and quickly kill Sierra, it will put Blythe and Union on the same amount of points. We talked about the tiebreaker already, and there's no way Blythe could actually lose, and he would actually win as he won more maps.
Although, because Red Fox finished even ahead of Giannini, so the gap doesn't open by another point.
Yeah, so that is, unless Giannini does a really quick shot, that is Blythe definitely confirmed as Improv champion.
And Yanni will try his best to end it with an in-game time win. 3 minutes into the run, he's approaching the marshals, so it will be a race ending by all accounts, but probably a manual one. Yeah, change disguises to do so. So can be lucky or unlucky depending on cycles, and don't really see them just yet, but because it's a big gap in cars, I think, yeah, Sierra and Moses coming up next. GK Punk with the pit stop. Don't quite remember where he was in the run. I think it's his second kill coming up soon. Yeah, Robert down, Sierra coming up. But he doesn't have the disguise yet. Doesn't need to do a peekaboo here. Just grab the Aeon driver. Or what's the plan? Because now he cannot enter the garage. But I think I thought the Aeon driver is the one that's missing for him. See if he gets to the driver. Wow, the driver went all the way into Radar's office. But got it eventually, and Punk's previous best is a 922. He has Sierra running, not isolated, but public target will always have an angle on her. And the SMG is nearby. The door is now opened. Not sure where Sierra went. I think it's behind Punk. Oh, I think he almost thought for a second, so did I, that the SMG was gone. And where does Sierra log down from here? 822, it might not be a big improvement on his last run with less than 6 minutes to go now. You can confirm that this is the final runs of the tournament. There's Sierra locking down in the VIP room. And Punky will get the second finish if he can exit. He's in combat. Not sure where the closest guard is, but we'll be going through the...
Yanini dies and decides stop, unless you can bluff a little Red Fox run, I don't think you can finish in 5:22 really. So yeah.
Yeah, final runs for sure. Less than 5 minutes to go, or just over 5 minutes to go. Punk takes care of one last agent guard, and then will exit as the medic. The 922 will not be beaten, but it's 2 very close runs.
Yeah.
And we will have 4 finishers because Mikuler also died while getting to his second kill. So now only Red Fox going one last run to see if we can have an even better Miami. He already has the quickest one.
And to be honest, I never knew you could shoot through there on that like you done Sierra.
Yeah.
I generally never knew that is like wow.
That was so smart as well as Mendoza, of course.
I need to go back and rewatch that. That was just like we saw everyone start way he went mine on that. I said he's doing something different. He's gonna do something different, and yeah, we're gonna see him get the kill again on Sierra. He's gonna use the map, of course, with no instinct. You can't tell where when she gets there. But
yeah. So yeah, that's the secret of the quickest Miami, and then the Mendoza will be seen, of course, tonight by others. And of course, Red Fox just has to survive. I'm not sure how many guards will arrive here. And Sierra is now in there.
Just wait slightly.
And there's the death by Red Fox.
Yeah. Just don't have time to react, and can we call the spin now? 3:22. I can't see Red Fox putting off a 3:22, right?
We will call it, yeah. And Red Fox is also done optimizing, so if I find the button, I can clear the spin now. And not sure if that's the right words, but called that over, and we have the event finalized or event concluded. I think these times are correct because we have seen 4 runs and no improvements, so I think these are all added, which means that we can go to the final score page and just give it one more refresh. And here's the official confirmation of a Blythe winning Improv Royale 5 with 97 points and winning 3 maps, Chongqing, Berlin and Mendoza, and also having the best in-game time in Haven Island and Dartmoor. Giannini finishing second with 95 points, almost catching up with the Miami win, but not... at that point, his fate was in Blythe's hands, because even by taking the best in-game time and Blythe taking the worst one, we wouldn't have seen a change in lead. So that's second place for Giannini. And we have a tie for third place, which will be broken in favor of Red Fox by winning 1 map to Punk's 0. But it's a really consistent effort by Punk. One of 3 players to finish all maps and scoring a top 5 in-game time on all but 1 map. So it's a really decent all-round effort. With Red Fox taking 3rd place then officially by that incredible second half of the tournament, starting in Dubai. The map win and then the Dartmoor map win, which, well, sadly it had to be taken away, and all Dartmoor rounds because they were done on professional. And then the Mendoza in-game time and the Miami in-game time will be the one to remember.
No, even the buy, like just like to get that, to get the first run is like the quickest run out of anyone else. As your first run is it's just amazing. From Red Fox towards the end.
Yeah, Mikuler will finish 5th with those consistent finishes, and I think like no map wins, but I think we've seen him improve, and he not only got 1 run in there, but also kept improving on his ones. Well, Haven and Miami, the hardest map and the hardest spin were just 2 challenge for him, but 5 finishes really well done, and just unfortunate for Chris's PC, Observer having to leave, and Oro with his obligations, but appreciate all 8 of them for showing up. So that's it for the top 8 of, all 8 players of Improv Royale 5. So, Joker, how did it go, or how did it feel? Any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I felt amazing. Like it was just constant back to back things. I came on and I just saw Red Fox like from the bye absolutely blast every single map. Like if he had the Dartmoor, he would have got the quick. If he managed to get Dartmoor and Master, he would have had the quickest run in all the fucking maps from the bye onwards. Like that, and that Mendoza. It's just to think of that in that time as well. It's just stupendous from him. Like. It's just truly amazing from Red Fox. He would have got close to Blythe, possibly, if he did unprofessional. But yeah, just Blythe was just so consistent today. He managed to finish every map and take 3 map wins and had the quickest time on Dartmoor. It's like he played amazing. And again, Nini nearly winning as well. It's fantastic effort from all of them. And with Mick, there's something to be ashamed of not finishing that. Miami, that is tough. Man, that Miami was tough. So like.
We put the, what is that called now, the manual mode of Hitmaps Roulette to good use to make these maps progressively more challenging, and that Miami being the top of it. But still nice to see 4 of 5 finishes there. And in general, I think it's a very good sign to see so many finishes, and hopefully that means that all of them enjoyed it. I certainly did. I hope all the viewers did, and you as well, Joker.
I did indeed.
So I think that's it from us after a 4 hour and 45 minute stream. We did finish only 4 minutes past the scheduled 11 p.m. finish, but I think we're just rambling for the 5 minutes, so we did finish when it was scheduled. We did have a nice 15-minute break in there, so I think it's a very good schedule for this. And just, of course, the one thing is missing is Minjaki himself. Hopefully, the next event he can either participate or admin or cast it, because the event is really best with him. And it's once again just thank you.
Idea.
Yeah, thank you so much for the idea. Putting it to these tournaments month after month for all these 5 editions, and especially thank you to him for letting us host it over Providence. And I hope to see more events anywhere, just more improv, of course.
Yeah.
So I think I'll call it here, and thank you for one last time, Jokerj, for joining me.
No problem. I'm more than happy to come on and cast for a long time. It's a good experience, and I had fun doing it.
That's great to hear. Congratulations to Bride again for the win, Janini for the 2nd place. Congrats to everyone for playing, for all those spins, and appreciate the chat of the players and the spectators, and just everyone for hanging around for these last 5 hours. And yeah, see you guys for the future events, Providence or Roulette or everywhere. Just hope to see you guys for more Hitman competitions, and have a nice evening, everyone.
Bye-bye.